guess it's the head-mounted devices. Cave automatic virtual environment is simply a virtual room that allows users to incorporate virtual experiences by interacting in its environment. And this approach is not suitable in the classroom as it requires space. Head-mounted devices are headsets worn by users to visualize stereoscopic information, spiritualize sounds, and provoke sensations. And these head-mounted devices can be used alone or with smartphones. There's a method of learning called embodied learning, which combines abstract concept and practical experiences for increased learning retention. And this is what virtual reality supports. This technology, however, has the awareness, but it lacks a strong user base. And this is due to cost and accessibility of the product. I'll tell you today that the biggest market today for virtual reality is the entertainment and gaming industry. The question is, are we all about entertainment? Why should we be concerned about virtual reality in the educational environment? Reasons are immersive learning, active experience and constructivism, putting theory to practice, improving memory power, student creativity, hands-on training without risk, increased student engagement and motivation. These are the opportunities awaiting the educational system yet to tap the potentials of virtual reality. Classrooms can become infinite with virtual reality. In 2017, the CEO of Mercedes granted an interview predicting how technology inventions will change jobs in the near future. Business are using virtual reality technology to replace job functions. How then do we intend to keep pace of this innovation if we don't see through the four walls of the classroom? Technology is changing faster than we can adapt, and it becomes overwhelming. The adoption of virtual reality will help us keep pace with present updates and improve our retention and innovative skills. However, this is a call for students and educators to tap into the tech-savvy world and harness possible tech skills using virtual reality. I'd like to engage you with a quote from Malcolm X that states, "Education is the passport for the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Alami will walk us through the negatives and recommendations of virtual reality in the learning setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam, for such an outstanding performance. I'd like to start by saying educators often feel overwhelmed and not in control when trying to introduce virtual reality into the classroom, while also battling possible side effects. Just like every other groundbreaking technology, virtual reality also has its downsides, which may include simulation sicknesses such as nausea and disorientation, escapism, which refers to a situation where a person who is dissatisfied with their physical life chooses to escape it by way of virtual reality. And lastly, the possibility of bodily harm and injury. In spite of all this, we believe that its benefits to learning far outweigh the downsides, provided there is proper supervision and guidance. Some of the countermeasures teachers may employ to mitigate these downsides include effective time management to curb overuse and addiction, using large spaces and clearing them out to lower the risk of physical harm. To convince you of the advantages of virtual reality, we decided to strengthen our demonstration by reproducing here a copy of the learning cone. As you can all see, individuals who learn through simulated realities are able to retain 90% of what they learned after 2 weeks, which contrasts sharply with the learning methods of classrooms 1.0 and 2.0, such as reading and hearing. Conclusively, and as you have probably noticed, the virtual reality environment is consistently evolving. It could bring dozens of benefits to almost any field, but it can also prove to be harmful. Per total, we believe that the modernization of education through the use of virtual reality can be quite a productive and rewarding accomplishment. Alamin, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much for that, Oluwafemi. Education is the backbone of a thriving society. Civilizations are focused on the transfer of knowledge since the beginning of time. People are constantly looking for ways to make knowledge transfer more easy, quick, and effective. In the era of digital devices, we have an opportunity to enable better learning with technology. Virtual reality seems be the natural next step for the next level of education. Life in the digital era offers an opportunity to enable learning using technology. Virtual technology has the potential to transform how educational content gets delivered. It is already making great strides across the globe, although still an emerging technology in terms of recognizing its full potential. Virtual reality offers the opportunity to step into places, roles, and experiences that were previously impossible, or at the very least, inaccessible to most. We have evolved from structural interaction using Blackboard learning to a centralized system by incorporating online learning. How about a centralized system of learning that will transform the educational sector?
That's a great question, Alan. Thank you very much for your input. As an epilogue, we try to pay tribute to a great woman whose exploits are unsung. Meet Miriam Mirzakhani. Miriam Mirzakhani was an Iranian mathematician and professor of mathematics at Stanford University. In 2014, when she was only 37, she became the first and only woman to be awarded the Field Medal, which is considered by many as the most prestigious prize in mathematics, equivalent to the Nobel Prize. Sadly, she died of breast cancer in 2017 at the age of 40. Team Unicorn believes her story is worth sharing because she refused to let her background as a woman from a third world country deter her from leaving her mark in a male-dominated field. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, that was, in fact, I was blown, my mind was blown away. I was still thinking, am I still in Nigeria or we are somewhere else? Can I just ask, who was the first presenter? Who was the first presenter?
I'm the one, Alamin.
Oh, wow, Alamin, you did really good. You did justice to your presentation. Your voice was good. Your presentation was flawless to me. It was really, really good. Miriam, you are also good. Like, it was a wonderful presentation. Your time was 11:05, which is good timing, and you did a lot within those times. You guys are actually the unicorn. All right, so I'm going to just call on a mentor to give you feedback. Do we have Professor online? Professor can give this team feedbacks with regards to their presentation, please. Okay, I think she's having network issues. All right, so the other educational that we have here is Adetayo, my very own Adetayo. Adetayo, can you give our team feedback, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimmy. Quick one. I like your presentation. Very, very true. Virtual reality is the way to go. But I was looking out for something which was missing. You did very well. Don't feel bad. But I was looking for you citing a real life example of a class that where virtual reality is being currently practiced. So that is where the research needs to go next time. But aside that, please stop showing me this picture. Aside that, it was a nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adetayo. Team Unicorn, you've done really well, and I like the fact that you've improved over time, which is really good. Thank you very much, guys. All right, is the next team ready for us? And that's Team Archers.
Yes, we are ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shokwe. It's always a breath of fresh air when I hear Shokwe's voice.
Oh, very good to hear from you too.
All right. Are you guys projecting your slides yourself?
Yes, we are projecting our slides.
Perfect. When you guys are ready, let me know so I start your time.
All right. So just give me 1 sec. Can you see my screen already?
1 minute, please. Yeah, we can. I think.
Yeah, very sorry. Can you see my full screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right. All right. So we'll be starting right about now.
All
so I'm
right.
giving you a heads up, Dr. Jim, okay?
All right. Yes, you can start now.
All right.
Philomena.
Yes, mommy.
Please turn on the radio. Put it on Target Oriented FM. It's time for my Saturday show, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Hey yo, you're listening to Pressing Issues on Target Oriented FM. This program is proudly brought to you by Team Archers, the Target Oriented team. Today, we'll be discussing yet another pressing issue, which is the poor state of education in West Africa. In the studio, we have Team Archers, who will be showing us a glimpse of the West African educational system and how we can solve the inherent issues by leveraging investment and technology.
I am Atan Philomena, a recent graduate of Economics Department.
I am Queen Rojana Tuata, a psychology student of the University of Ghana.
And I am Alamin Lawal, a founder level student of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria.
My name is Shokwe Okunowo, penultimate year student of the greatest Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University. I implore you to fasten your seatbelts and grab some popcorn as my team and I walk you through this interesting yet critical discourse. We'll be giving an overview of the current system of education in West Africa, the challenges facing the system, our suggestions to improve the system, leveraging technology and investment, and our utopia, where we see investment and technology taking the education system to in the nearest future. I'll be handing over to my colleague, Queen Mojanatu, who will be walking us through a practical analogy comparing the traditional system to a system driven by tech. Queen Mojanatu.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Abna. Abna is a teacher in a school called Dutch Elementary School, where they use the traditional method of education, which means they always meet face-to-face to have lectures or carry out teaching sections. Now, with the usual chalk and board, let's compare this with another school called Desika Elementary School. Now, you can see Jumoke, Lukman, and Quimsa all on their laptops and their tablets. What would someone think of? Well, it would be wrong for you to think they're playing video games or using social media. They're actually in class with their teacher, learning mathematics online. The boy is said to be the father of the man. Youth are leaders of tomorrow. These are popular and recurrent rhetorics in our everyday lives, but as youth in Africa, can we really say an average child in our country has real hopes of achieving their ambitions? I'd like Philomena to give us a striking overview of some challenges that faces educational system in West Africa.
Thank you very much, Queen Modana too. Okay, in Africa, we have the educational system, which we have what is known as the 6-3-3-4 system. For the 6 system, it means you spend 6 years in primary school. For the 3 years in junior secondary, 3 years in senior secondary, and 4 years in higher institution or more. Africa has 67 million primary school age children, which are denied the right to education. We have over 115 million children of primary school age that are not yet in school. 226 million children do not even attend secondary schools. What is the problem? Some of the challenges that Africans face in the educational system. Can you believe that 1/3 of West Africans, can you believe that 1/3 of West African accounts for the global total primary school age children who are out of school? Some of these challenges include gender inequality. In West Africa, people believe that the boys or the males are meant to be in school because females always end up in the kitchen, which is very wrong. We also have unequal access to education. Some areas do not have education and some have, which is not right. Inadequate investment. Some West African countries do not know the right place to invest their resources into. Like in the case of budgeting, some do not give enough fund for education. And we have non-incorporation of technology. This is as a result of inconsistency to change. Most West African countries do not or are not ready to change. All they do, they are satisfied with where they are, and this is not right. We also have impoverished children, like in the sense that families that are not able to afford this education, their children do not have access to that. And some we have poor network infrastructure. We also have age to start school. Most West African children do not start school on time. They believe that, I remember then in the olden days, we said you can't go to school until your hand also reaches your ear, which is not right. And we saw this alarming rate of female illiteracy in West Africa. And this is caused, like I said earlier, in inequality between the female and the male in education. They believe that females end up in the kitchen, but we all know that when you educate a female, you educate the whole nation. I'll be handing over to Shokwe, who will be showing us more of the shortcomings of the West African education system.
Thank you very much, Philomena. You would agree with me, our listeners, that there is an obvious paucity of investment in education in West Africa. Our leaders have paid seemingly less attention to equipping the future of the nation, the youth. A great deal of the challenges put forward by my teammates, Philomena, are offshoots of an abysmal funding for education in West African countries. To support our motion, the team analyzed the budget summaries of Nigeria, Ghana, and Sierra Leone for the past 3 years. For Nigeria, the giant of Africa, we noticed a meager allocation averaging 5.2% to a very critical sector over the last 3 years. To emphasize this, for 2022, out of the little allocated in 4.30% of the budget, 593 billion naira, which is 84% of the funds, went to recurrent expenditure. We're talking about salaries. And 159 billion naira, 16%, was appropriated for capital budgeting, where the funds are actually needed. Also, Ghana and Sierra Leone maintained a similar negligent position towards education spending, as the three West African countries fell short of the 20% global benchmark for budgetary spend on education. I'll be passing over to my teammate, Alamin, who will walk us through another very critical challenge of education in West Africa. Alamin, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, Shokwe, thank you very much. This is so sad. I don't know, when I was younger, my dad told me that education was the key. But seeing all these challenges, probably education is the padlock, I don't know. And the issue is, we also have some pressing issues, which one of it is inability to access college loans. A lot of students in West Africa don't have the ability to access college loans. And whenever those loans are even out there, they come out with a double digit, which are unaffordable to pay back for such students. And for this reason, a lot of students are denied education. And a lot of universities in West Africa also request for all the whole payment of their tuition fees, which are humongous for them to pay at once. Imagine you pay 200,000 at once for a country where the minimum wage is 13,000 and you can't still even pay that. And limited scholarship opportunity. A lot of us do not even know what scholarship is in African university. We don't even get one, let alone know what it looks like. And whenever you even get a scholarship opportunity in Africa, lastly, you will get that in your second year, which is really not good. And now, after all these challenges, we bring back to what technology should be invested in Africa to help promote a futuristic educational system in Africa. Okay, today, educational technology has revolutionized everything, and education is not an exception. Proper use of online learning can improve the quality of educational resource while also allowing educationists to prepare lessons and spending broader and letting the students spend broader time to learn. It lets educationists analyze the students and also mark them accordingly. In addition to that, the use of internet for students made it possible to continue continuous educational pursuits during emergencies such as the COVID-19, which just passed away just a few times, which brought the world to a standstill. E-learning has dramatically changed the landscape of education. The introduction of e-learning has made it convenient for students as well as the teacher. As a matter of fact, online education has been received very cordially, unlike any other thing we've seen in the past. And thank God for MTN, which is bringing about 5G in the next coming months. E-learning and internet learning or online learning will be much more faster for us. If we invest more on technology in our schools, we'll be able to provide more computers, cordial apps for learning, virtual classes, projection, online courses, and smart TVs, and also interactive board for our learning. And this will help us to attain our futuristic learning in Africa. Murjanatu, please, can you also enlighten us on how technology can bring about inclusion in our educational system?
Thank you, Alamin. Well said. So, I'd like us to have this in front of our minds. Education is not just about reciting Christopher Columbus, who was the person who discovered America. Education has gone way, way beyond that. Now, technology is the best tool for inclusion because it covers a large area of people, and this can actually help reduce the illiteracy rate in Africa at large. So, if you look at this picture very well, you can see someone who is working, and the person is still learning. One major problem that is actually facing the educational system is lack of industry and education equilibrium. People finish schools and they're not able to practicalize what they've learned. But with technology as a tool, people can actually learn theories from school and practice while working due to how flexible they can become. Another thing is that technology provides so much room for inclusion because it considers people with disabilities. So people with disabilities can use technological softwares, able to access softwares, to have sessions online, and not just going to the traditional classrooms where they only listen to the teacher.
In conclusion, we'll be giving our utopia as Daytopians. In case you are wondering, our utopia is the imaginary future which we have curated for the West African educational system. Our utopia as Daytopians is an education system which is driven mainly by investment and technology. This drive by investment and technology will result into benefits like improved quality of learning, and it will bridge inequalities between male and the female gender, which has been properly discussed by Philomena earlier. Alamin, what are your final thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, all right, thank you, Shakwe. My final thoughts on this is whenever we invest more in the educational system and bring about technology, would increase the inclusion. Inclusion in what aspect? Whereby we will break the barriers between different ethnic groups, ethnic backgrounds, race, and what have you. And this would also in turn get a lot of people more educated. And also access to education. When we have technology, definitely there's more access. A lot of people could access education from rural communities and even from rural communities and places whereby we can't even erect a structure for educational system. So far, the internet connection is there. And also the managing educational emergencies. We all see what happened during the COVID-19. A lot of schools were on standstill because there was no technological appliances to carry on the educational system. Well, if we invest more on technology, that would not be an issue. And well, if we invest more funds in education, we'll have a lot of availability of resources. Thank you very much. And I hope we've been able to give you a glimpse into the West African challenges and our little suggestion that would predict to be a futuristic way of achieving an educational system in West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alamin. Queen Mojanatu, what do you have to say?
Okay, so my final words were to be that if you are here and you are wondering if technology can actually really leverage the education system, I would say it is a yes. Because I would like to talk to you about the University of the People, which is an online tuition university where you can actually get access to different courses online free of charge. And funny enough, or interestingly, you will know that University of the People have a variety of courses from computer science, health science, education, and business administration, with over 200 plus locations in the countries who have applied. So just imagine the gap this would do. Technology would do a lot of gap in the educational system in West Africa. Yes, it is possible.
Thank you very much, Kujumanjanatu. So our listeners at home, we hope you have gained a lot from this session, and you can now unfasten your seatbelts, and that will be all from us. Thank you very much. Do have a lovely time ahead.
Thank you very much, guys. You were 15 minutes and 1 second in time. That is pardonable, but next time you also want to just keep an eye on the clock as well. All right, it was a good presentation. In fact, it was a journey, great stuff. All right, I'm just going to call on a mentor to give you.
Can I just quickly say something?
Yeah.
Well done, Team Archers. This presentation is like you finally took that bow and arrow and actually used it. Because can you play the first part again, please? It was the first part, the effort. The effort. Right. I was just laughing when I was listening to the first one.
All right, it's starting now.
Okay.
Hey yo, you're listening to Pressing Issues on Target Oriented FM. This program is proudly brought to you by Team Archers, the Target Oriented team. Today, we'll be discussing yet another pressing issue, which is the poor state of education in West Africa. In the studio, we have Team Archers, who will be showing us a glimpse of the West African educational system and how we can solve the inherent issues by leveraging investment and technology.
Well done, well done.
It was the background, the radio background noise for me. Like, it was well thought out. Yeah, it was really well thought out.
This is actually thinking outside the box. It's really nice. Well done. I just wanted to commend you guys that, this is what we are saying, where you say, at least do something that it's out of the ordinary when you are presenting. And that's what we've seen here today. So well done. I love the stats as well. I love the fact that I totally reckon with everything you've just said, all the challenges, because I know the difference between these educational systems, and I could see it, I could relate to these challenges, the solutions you've inferred as well, great solutions as well. The only problem is that I thought the way you started was perfect, was amazing, but I thought I'll see same level of energy, but it dropped a little bit while you're presenting, but that's still fine, I understand. But probably for next time, if you can start very well like this and then keep that energy up until the end, that would be fantastic. But well done to you guys. You did well. Just one more thing. I think Alamin was struggling with, I can't remember the word again, was struggling to pronounce one word. I thought I wrote it down, but I can't.
Revolutionized.
Revolutionary. Oh yeah, that's the word. Yeah, so you already know how to pronounce it. So there you go. But anyways, well done, guys. Amazing. I love it. Great job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Team Archers. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to the next team that is presenting today. Okay, do we have Team Pace Setters ready for us?
Yes, we are ready, please.
Okay, all right. When you're ready, let me know if you want. Do you want to project your slides yourself?
Yes, we will, ma.
All right. When you're ready, let me know and I'll start your timer.
All right, thank you, ma.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, but there's a little bit of feedback.
Can we begin now?
Oh, yes, you can, but there's a little bit of feedback. Probably it's, if you have another device on around you, you might want to turn that off because it's giving us feedback.
All right.
According to a 2018 report by the United Nations International Children Emergency Fund, over 10.5 million school-age children in Nigeria are out of school, ranking the highest in the world. 10.5 million. This number is actually more than the population of the Republic of Congo. It is also higher than the population of Liberia and only about 1.5 million short of the population of the Republic of Benin. Isn't this alarming and petrifying? It is, because these 10.5 million children could translate to Nigerians who will be a pain in the neck of other citizens and a bulwark to the country's development and future. Hello, everyone. My name is Great Nnamani. I am a student at the University of Nigeria studying towards a bachelor's degree in economics. With me in this team are Motunrola Ariwola, an economics student at the University of Lagos, and as well as the team lead for the present for Team Prestaters, Lukman Yusuf, an insurance student at Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, and Gimba Mohammed, an economics student at Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. As the Prestaters, we've deemed it very pertinent to enlighten you on the topic, rethinking the future of education in Nigeria, the Sangha system of education as a case study. It is so heart-rending that Nigeria's educational system is in assorted crises, ranging from infrastructural decay, neglect, waste of resources, and several other sordid conditions of service. Most appalling is the fact that the percentage of budget allocated to education annually is abysmally low. For instance, in 2018, only 7.04% was allocated to education. This is far below UNESCO's recommendation of about 15 to 20%. Another 27 million children in school are performing very poor. Millions of Nigerians are half educated, and over 60 million, or about 30%, are illiterate. In terms of account percentages, the Northwestern region accounts for about 34.24%, the Northeast region accounts for 19.60%, the Southwest 13%, and the Southeast about 7%. These numbers are not new to most people. The numbers have actually become a soapbox from which several persons or everyone rails against the state of education in the country. Dear Daytopians, these numbers are children you know. Your distant cousins in the village who you see at only Christmas and burials. The 5 children of Sadiq at the gates whom you give your old clothes. Mama Bimbo's 3 youngest kids who rush to your car window whenever you've ordered from their mom's little stock shop. Mazi's son who helps you wash your car whenever you show up on a Wednesday morning, or that of your parents. The boys and girls who rush to you on a blazing noonday heat, hoping to make 50 naira by washing the windshield of your car. These children across all the 36 states of Nigeria make up the over 10.5 million out of school kids. So today, the Prestaters collectively ask, what is the plan for taking these children out of the streets and into the classroom? With a high level of brain drain, what is the fate of the future of education in Nigeria? At this point, Lukman will be enlightening you more on the Sangha system of education. Over to you, Lukman.
Thanks for the enlightening presentation, Great. For those of us who reside in the northern parts of Nigeria, you will agree with me that you don't need an alarm clock to wake you up for work, as the loud chants of children are enough to wake you up. Personally, I have lived in Kaduna for over 21 years, and the amount of child exploitation I have seen is what I will describe as alarming. According to a report by UNICEF, child labor infringes on the fundamental human rights of children, especially the right to education, good health, and mental and physical development. The Almajiri child of the Sangha system enjoys none of this right. Almajiri, as the children are often called, is coined from the Arabic word al-mahajrun, which means learned scholar. But nowadays, this word is used to refer to only tattered, impoverished, and malnutritioned children in the streets of northern Nigeria. According to a humanitarian organization, it is believed that Nigeria has over 100 million children. The Almajiri children constitute about 10% of these children. In the same view, In the same view, UNICEF estimated that there are over 13.5 million out-of-school children in Nigeria, which is the highest in Africa and the world. That aside, it will surprise you that Northern Nigeria accounts for over 85% of this number, with over 10 million Almajiri children roaming in the streets. This brings us to the concept of Sangaya. It is the Hausa word for learning center. Back in the days in states like Borno, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, and Sokoto, these learning centers, known as Sangaya, are known for training young children to become scholars in Islam. The system of education was funded by the emirs from Zakat contribution, but this tide has changed. According to Vanguard.com, the Almajiri has remained the most abused personnel in Nigeria's north and beyond. Abused and abandoned, the average Almajiri child has been forced to turn into monsters we know today as Boko Haram and bandits. Wikipedia described the system as the most controversial in Nigeria and is known for promoting poverty and delinquency. Such is the fate of young Gambo, an Almajiri child who wants to become a doctor. He dreams of attending formal education, but is not opportune to do so. Sadly, the Almajiri children in the Sangaya system are subjected to poor hygiene, unbalanced diet, poor housing, and any other bad condition you can think of. While we ponder on the Almajiri issue and the decay of the Sangaya system, here is a short video of Umar.
Sunana Umar almajirin Malam Musa Abuja Dawaki. Ina da shekara 5 aka kawo ni nan. Muna da matsala abinci da ruwa da zannuwa da tabarmi da rashin wurin bacci.
For the sake of those who doesn't understand Hausa language, in this video, Umar tells us about how he lacked food, water, and every other basic necessities of life. Mutun, can you enlighten us on the latest set of out-of-school children in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Lukman. Dear Daytopians, if you are a student currently affected by the ASU strike, you wouldn't agree more that you've been out of school for over 3 months. Almost every year for the past decade, the Academic Staff Union of Universities has been embarking on strike, demanding one thing or the other. There's a saying that when 2 elephants fight, the grass suffers. The elephants in this situation are the government and ASU, while the students are the grass that bears its bonds. As the strike lingers, student academic performance suffers. Some students have even forgotten what they've learned during their studies. Most students become certificate seekers rather than knowledge seekers due to this, thereby reducing productivity and leading to the generation of low-quality students. This will not only have a ripple effect on students, but also on parents and the economy at large. Youths are losing faith in education due to the strikes, and that can be illustrated through the survey we conducted. We conducted a survey on over 80 students in Nigeria affected by the ongoing strike to understand their view on the educational system of Nigeria. From data collected, 85% of students are willing to leave Nigeria's educational system if they have their way, and their responses on why they want to leave the system was disheartening and shows that as a country, we are in grave danger due to this evolution. The standard of the educational system is deteriorating daily. That is why there's an increase in youth leaving the country. This is me saying we need a system that works, a system that prioritizes the nation's educational system. The dream should not be to leave the country, but to build it, because no matter what, there is no place like home. The point is this: over 10.5 million children are currently out of school, and those in school are willing to leave. This will not only increase the number of out-of-school children, but also impact the growth and stability of Nigeria in future. My colleague Gimba would buttress on the impact of this deteriorating educational system on Nigeria.
Thank you, Motrola. Education has never been a contested issue as how it affects individuals or society. This is because its impact is multifaceted and felt in every aspect of our life. It's unfortunate that those who enjoyed meal tickets while in school have succeeded in running aground the educational system in Nigeria. They are questioning on the peace, growth, and stability of Nigeria going forward. The rise in the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria is alarming, disheartening, and worrisome. If this continues unabated, Nigeria will encounter a series of problems. These problems include insecurity. 10.5 Nigerian children are out of school. Let me put this into context. It means that 1/3 of Nigerian children are out of school, and 1/5 of out of school children in the world is Nigerian. The chance that these children will come after our life, as we've seen, is not slim at all. Researchers have found a statistically significant relationship between education and crime. This is because he who is educated tend to perceive crime as unattractive, as the opportunity cost of engaging in it is high. Second, poverty. About 95 million Nigerians are reported to be in extreme poverty by the end of 2022, as reported by the World Bank. The figure is likely to double based on the current state of affairs. Henry research, I find that 10% increase. There is a 10% increase in earning as a result of extra year of schooling. And I ask a question, what kind of schooling is Henry actually referring to? Is it the type we experience in Nigeria? Maybe somewhere else. Make smart and effective investment in people's education is the sure way to taking people out of poverty in Nigeria and out in the world at large. Another effect is high level of unemployment. Many of these children go into the labor market lacking the requisite skills. Ceteris paribus, in the future, Nigeria will not only encounter high level of unemployment due to, not because of few jobs, but because many of those who will form part of the labor force will be unemployable. This takes me to the last problem, poor economic growth. Listen to this. Education will increase individuals' productivity, have spillover effect and intergenerational effect on co-workers and families, respectively. It will affect the decision of individuals as regards to family size and fertility rates. We should know that every Nigerian deserves a fighting chance. It includes education. It's not only about their right. It's the best way to serve Nigeria or to secure the future of Nigeria. I know at this point in time, you are worried about the future, the current and the future state of Nigeria education. But as a perspective, we understand the importance of education. Thereby, we come up with some policy recommendations to avoid this problem. Number one, modernize the Tangaya system of education to include foundational literacy and numeracy skills and educating teachers on the latest methodologies to solve the problem of learning poverty. Provision of adequate funding to ensure safety in schools, application of gender-responsive policies like recruitment of female teachers and improved facilities for girls. And lastly, creation of multiple and flexible learning pathways like digital and transferable skills. At this juncture, please permit me to introduce to you Motorola to take us on the importance of good educational system.
Right structures, policies, and technology make up a good educational system. The impact of a good educational system cannot be overemphasized. It is a do well, do good scenario where you get to personally do well for yourself and your society receive the benefit of education as well. The impact of the right structures, policies, and technology on education can be grouped in 4 areas: economic, environmental, societal, and political. When an entire society is educated, productivity increases, average income increases, and unemployment decreases. This leads to economic growth and stability of a society as a whole. You will not agree with me that climate change is a large part of the conversation today, and society needs to work together to find ways to reduce impact on the earth. Educated individuals that enter the workforce will put their knowledge of climate change into company policies, leading to increased sustainability. Society that is well educated feels a higher sense of unity and trust within the community. Educated societies lift up the weak and bring a feeling of togetherness among all parts. This promotes equality and empowerment and reduces crime. We all heard about the story of a female student in Sokoto State that was beaten and burnt to death over blasphemy. That's a result of a society that isn't well educated. The right educational system empowers us to be well-informed, active citizens and gives us the opportunity to change the world around us. If our country, for example, has a good educational system, citizens won't be collecting 2 derricks of rice that will make them face hardship for 4 years. I mean, 2 derricks of rice and face hardship for 4 years. If I may ask us, what type of future are you clamoring for education? I believe one where there is diversity, equity, and inclusion thrive, workplaces are adaptable for youth, actions are taken to help preserve the climate, and leaders who lead correctly will do. As youth, it is within us to bring that future to life. Do you know why? Because we are youths.
As a child, I dreamt of being a doctor. Now I am grown, but still not qualified to be a bus conductor. Was this the life I dreamt of? How comes no one told me going to school was this tough?
I was told to study hard so that I can become rich and wealthy. Yet I see graduates with good grades who cannot even feed healthy.
I've been out of school for months. My memory now emptier than a neglected vacuum. But however bad my condition might seem, there are still children on the streets who haven't been to school, even in their dreams.
I was told education is the key. I was told knowledge is light. They lied. The education I have experienced is dark, and my hope is that the future isn't this bad. As the pace setters, we believe the future of education in Nigeria can still be green. Thanks for listening to our presentation.
Hey, now wow. I'm still trying to recover from the emotional journey that you guys have taken us through. Oh wow, it was a good presentation. Very good. Motorola, Lukman, and to all the team, you guys are wonderful. All right, I'm just going to call on Sarah. Sarah, are you here? Can you just please give Team Pacesetters feedback, please?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. The team had a very, very wonderful presentation, and it's good that they drew it to the realities, particularly having to do with Nigeria, the current situation, and what's ongoing. I found that particularly good about them. It's a great presentation on an overall note. I just wish that there was some form of maybe participation or from the part of we that were listening as the audience that would have made it better. But that aside, the presentation overall was a great one. From start to finish, everybody put their best. So well done, team. Great one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. Ridwan, you wanted to say something? Ridwan. Mr. Ridwan. Are you here? I think Ridwan, your hands are up. You want to say something? Okay. If you're talking, you are still on mute. We can't hear you. All right, probably I would, while we're waiting, I would just like to call on the next presenters. And that's Team Finesse. Are you guys ready for us?
Yes, ma, we are.
This is one team that always, makes me feel very emotional when I'm listening to them. Before I talk too much now, they start attacking me. Let me just keep quiet. Okay, all right. Are you guys projecting, or you want me to project from my hand?
Yes, ma, we'll be projecting our slides.
All right, perfect. When you guys are ready, let me know and I'll start your time.
Israel.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
okay.
All right. Dewale, can you unmute Ridwan before you guys start, please? Can you unmute Ridwan? Ridwan is trying to unmute himself.
It's not from my end because I'm. I didn't mute anyone. Let me see. Ridwan. Just ask to unmute, and I'll click down a couple of times.
I'm not sure why it's.
You want to go out and come back in, Ridwan?
Yeah, Ridwan, probably you go out and come back in. That way it will be better. All right, Team Pacesetters, when you're ready, I will start your timer.
Team Finesse,
sorry, Team Finesse. Team Finance, oh my goodness. All right, when you're ready. Team Pacesetters, your time was 13 minutes and 40 seconds. So if you want to have that down, that's another feedback that you may want to have down. All right, Team Finance, when you're ready, let me.
Ready.
All right, your time starts now.
All right, sometimes back, I was having a really engaging conversation with a friend, and then suddenly he paused and he said, Bola, see, I love education, but then I hate school. My ignorant response at the spot was, Shade, why me? Because they are the same thing. We as Team Finance decided to take a very simplified but yet crucial topic, the future of Nigeria's tertiary institution, education, and not schooling. Now, I wouldn't be doing justice by giving you some dictionary definition to education and schooling, but believe me when I say they are entirely different things. If you don't believe me, take it from the most famous Albert Einstein when he said, education is what remains after you've forgotten all you've learned in school. Let me put it to you simply. Education is lifelong, but schooling is just within the four corners of a classroom. I'll give credit to a friend of mine who once said his uncle told him, education is in three ways: education of the head, education of the hand, and education at heart. It's only right to put it to you that so far the Nigerian educational system has in fact been schooling us and not educating us. Now, let me take you through a shortcut presentation where we'll be putting to you the fault of the Nigerian educational system so far. But before I move on, I would like my team members to introduce themselves.
I'm Akinoa Praise. I'll be representative for the Nigerian educational system.
Oyeni Israel, the judge in today's courtroom presentation.
I'm Okwemi Janet Ariki. I'll be taking the role of the clerk in today's courtroom presentation.
And I am Maiwa Bolade, standing as the representative of Nigerian students. Now, distinguished court, the present Nigerian educational system is guilty of the most grievous crime. Murder. They are guilty of killing creativity, innovation, and intellectuality in the future of tomorrow. Now, my lord, I see the kind move of this court to put across some questions to the representative of the Nigerian educational system in person of Mr. Praise Akinwa.
Permission granted.
All right, now, Mr. Praise Akinwa, you claim to prepare us for the future. A future that doesn't yet exist. Now, why don't you tell this honorable court in your own words how you've been able to achieve this in the past years? Mr.
Well, the budget of last year for educational system was higher than the budget of this of last year. The budget of last year was higher than.
Praise Akinwa, please.
The budget of this year was higher than the budget of last year. Of last year in salaries in the sector, training of employees or lecturers to increase skilled workforce, as well as admitting more students into the tertiary institutions.
All right, Mr. Prakiwa, if I heard you right, you claim to have increased the budget allocated to the educational system so far. Now, should I put it to you that in the year 2022, the percentage allocated to the Nigerian educational system is just 4.3% of the national budget? Now, this is way below UNESCO criteria, which recommended that developing countries should have within the range of 15 to 20% allocated to the educational system to ensure growth. Now, secondly, you claim to channel this money in ensuring that your staffs are paid efficiently. Now, it's going in opposite direction. Your standards has ensured that so many students are being admitted into the tertiary institutions. And research proves that over 2 million have been admitted. But at the end of the day, at the end of the year, we only have about 100,000 graduating. Now, what has happened to the 1.2 million? No one knows. Mr. Praise Akinwa, I have one more question to ask you. Now, the world is progressing.
Balade.
Okay, network is really messing their presentation up. I know somebody wants to continue. I don't know.
I'll take it from you, ma'am. As seen on the left-hand side of the slide, we can see that the phone of years ago is very much different from the phone we have today, which proves, and the next slide shows the class from previous years. You can see that there's no much difference between the classes. We did the class of years ago with the class we have today. I hereby move that this case be adjourned for future notice. Time will pay me to ask you all to unmute your mic to ask you for your desired educational system for the future. But we took out a research and we have a video here from a young Nigerian student who shared with us his desired educational system for the future.
Today, I'm Holadele Oluwasegun, student of the Department of Aquaculture and Fisheries Management, University of Ibadan. Yes, the kind of educational system I love to see in Nigeria is one that produces students or graduates to fit the needs of the society. Because once this is done, the university system or the educational system will be able to produce capable minds to solve problems of the society, and this will in turn give to the society by making it grow.
As seen in this video, this young Nigerian student desires a future where education will be very, very relevant in the society. As a Nigerian student myself, a student of University of Ibadan to be precise, I desire a system where education is prioritized. In 2022 today, we can see that the current government has prioritized the forthcoming 23 elections to education, reasons why schools are locked down, houses on strike, and lecturers are not being paid. I also want a system where everyone has right to good and quality education, unlike today where only the presidents and the children of the governors are privileged to be in private school and to keep their schools and keep their kids outside, take their kids outside to study. I also want a system where individual talents are developed and maximized. We've seen cases where youth have been able to invest technological gadgets, make technological inventions that are very useful to us today. But because little attention is paid to them and to their talents, so that these kids tend to prosper when they are taken outside Nigeria. And that's why most youths today wants to leave the country to be able to have access to good and quality education, not in Nigeria though. Lastly, I also want a system that is flexible and well developed. How then can we have a system that pays attention or that gives priority to education? I would like to call on Okpeyemi, who will give us a proposed and better system that can help every Nigerian student to have a better educational system in Nigeria.
Thank you, Israel. What now is the plans for the future? The future I see as Nigerian students in today's Nigerian tertiary institutions is the one that adopts a flexible educational system. If going to school is about learning facts, we can learn a lot from internet and YouTube. The educational system should change the conventional, limited and narrow paths that the school system adopts. Lecturers should be able to combine different methods of teachings to enhance student participation and engagement. This will enable us to explore and discover our talents. Education is not the training of facts, but the training of the mind to think. No brains are the same. Our mental capacity are different, and it is only through creativity that human develop, and not through memorization and competition for grades. As a Nigerian students, I desire to see a future where students are no longer scared of tests and exams, but are assessed by their ability to reason. Adequate funding. Technology should be used in education to level the field of opportunities for students. There should be resources and equipment in place to carry out research. Schools shouldn't be killers, but incubators for ideas and innovations. And adequate funding should also cover teachers' remuneration. Lecturers should be well paid. Practically, from our research, it shows that in the next years, no one will hire you anymore based on what you know, Google knows everything, right? The focus will now be shifted to the ability to apply the knowledge that you have. And this gap can only be bridged when students are being equipped with the practical skills that is required in the workplace and to design solutions to the problems of the world. Equal chance. Individual differences shouldn't be a barrier to equal education in the Nigerian tertiary institutions. There are people with special abilities that are successful. One of them is Nicola James, an Australian. He was born with a rare disorder and disability, characterized by the absence of arms and legs. Can you imagine? But this didn't stop him from being one of the famous motivational speakers and one of the writers of many books. Next slide. Using the Finland educational system as a case study, Finland is a home of world-class education. It has more modern research universities. One of the unique features of Finland education is cooperation over competition, where students do not compete, but cooperate to learn and to teach one another. This grows their love for learning. Emphasis is placed on learning rather than on tests. This can also be adopted in the Nigerian educational system in our Nigerian tertiary institutions. In conclusion, Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, education is the most powerful weapon which can be used to change the world. I believe that the Nigerian future can change when there is a change in the Nigerian educational system in our Nigerian tertiary university. I desire to see a future where students are no longer schooled, but educated to unlock our creative intelligence and explore more opportunities.
If you agree with me, what we are doing on this platform is called education. I will leave you with a quote by Shakantala Devi. Education is not just about going to school and getting a degree. It's about widening your knowledge and absorbing the truth about life. Thank you for listening. I hope for a better educational system where we all are educated rather than being schooled.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, guys. Your time was 11 minutes and 55 seconds. Despite your network issues, you guys were in time. It was one presentation I really enjoyed. However, I'm going to call, is Ridwan here now? Is Ridwan available now?
I am available.
Yeah, so you can give the previous team their feedback and also give Team Finesse their feedback as well.
Okay. So Finesse, no, sorry, what's the other guy's one? Is it Pace Setter? Yeah. I think
yes, Pace Setter, yeah.
Yeah, so those guys, that was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I just wanted to commend them. You know, I'm not going to give them feedback again. Sarah has done that already. So what I just wanted to commend them for was that, and I think everybody can learn from it. So they didn't just give us the figures. They didn't just say out of school children, 10 million students, or budget for this is 5%. They were giving us the implication of that 10 million students, the implication of that 10 billion funding or whatever. So you hear things like, oh, the 10 million out of school children are, you know, exactly like the same population of Congo, right? And then you hear things like the Sadiq at the gates, you know, trying to tell us the number of children that are out of school, that some of them are Sadiq's children, Maz's children, blah, blah, blah. So it just gives you perspective into the numbers. So it's not just about saying Nigeria's budget for education is 10 billion. You need to let us know why that 10 billion is low. So for example, if I'm going to use that same analogy, you could say, oh, Nigeria's budget for education is 10 billion, which is equivalent to what Dangote makes in 2 weeks. Then puts more perspective to it that if Dangote can be making this kind of money in 2 weeks, and then that's what we put into education, then it means it is really, really low, right? You can use other examples like Nigeria produces or generates 5,000 megawatts of power for 200 million people. If you go to Qatar, Qatar has a population of like 20 million people, and then they generate a minimum of 20,000 megawatts. So it just tells you that we cannot be doing 5,000 for 200 million people while somebody is doing 20,000 for 20 million people. So it helps you put perspective into the figures. So it's not just about giving us the figures, go, you know, the extra mile to give us the implication of those figures. So I just wanted to bring out this point so that everyone can note, right? Then for Finesse, your presentation was good, right? The network took a bit out of the presentation, but the idea was generally okay. The slides were good. I think some of the slides could be better, especially the slide that had the Finland educational system. Then I think the content too was not enough. The content was not enough. That's why your presentation was just 11 minutes. You had extra 4 minutes to give us more content, to tell us more about this educational system. And then for some reason, you guys didn't utilize your time. If you have enough time, use your time, maximize your time, give us content. That is what we want to hear, right? You've had maybe like a week to prepare. Make sure that you have enough content. Prepare that your presentation is within the 15 minutes. So you can't be wasting 4 minutes when there are other things that you need to. It's a competition and it's very, very tough. It's a battle of the fittest now, and the margins are very slim. So you have to make sure that you take care of all the opportunity that you have. Don't, leave out anything. If you can max out on your 15 minutes, max it out. But make sure that you have enough content to deliver, and then be ready to deliver it. So then one more thing that I just want to say. It was until the moderator said, does someone else want to take over this presentation before the guy took over? Please, it's a team presentation. When you notice that one of your presenters has network issue, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, you see this person is not responding, don't let the moderator tell you to chip in, to come in. Someone should come in. Someone should step in immediately. And that's why I think I said it before that everybody in a team should know the content of all their slides, whether you are the one taking it or not. Know everything on your slides, because you can have network challenges like this and it will affect the transition and the flow of the presentation, and which is what happened. So I don't know if the moderator had not told you to come in, you probably would, would you have just wasted the whole 15 minutes until someone tell you to do it? So you guys should just be very creative and then be smart about it. You know that you have 15 minutes, someone is stuck and someone has a network challenge. Go in, go and start. Take the person's part. That's why you need to prepare. Take the person's part. When the person gets back, the person cannot take your own part, but everybody needs to understand what they have on their slides, okay? So finally, I like the idea behind what you guys were trying to say. And I think Okpemi was one that took the last part of the presentation. So Okpemi did very well, and then she saved the presentation. So guys, just take all this feedback and then use it to improve your future presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you for such a detailed feedback. So guys, the best place to actually get feedback is actually when mentors actually directly give you feedback. Although yes, we try as much as possible to write the feedback form, but yeah, the best place to get your feedback is when they give you a feedback here. If you have further questions you want to ask, you can also always ask immediately on the chat box, and then we can get back to you with regards to that, because it's fresher when you hear from here directly than when we have to bring together all the feedback. All right, thank you very much, Team Finesse. That was a good presentation. All right, so we're moving on to the next team. The next team that is presenting is Team Imperial. Is Team Imperial here?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. All
yes,
right. All right, you guys ready? Are you projecting your slides? The point is that, to be honest, I don't like I explained to you. I don't know if you were here at the beginning when I said this. I don't have all the slides. I don't know, the email box crashed this morning, and I think that was just because there were a lot of content coming in as well. So I don't have access to many of those slides. Is there somebody that can project the slides?
And we don't have anyone to project the slide because we have network issues and we want to cut it off.
Okay. All right. Why? I'm going to ask.
I present it. I can see it from here.
Oh, you can see it from me. Okay, perfect. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Can you see?
Yes, sir, we can see. I can see.
Okay, great. All right, go on.
Okay. Please, sir, can we proceed?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Your time starts now.
As you have probably noticed, the virtual reality environment is constantly evolving. It could bring dozens of benefits to almost any field, but it can also prove to be harmful. Per total, we believe that the modernization of education through the use of virtual reality can be quite a productive accomplishment. Good afternoon, judges, mentor, and my fellow mentees. I am Omobolanle Owonifari. We have Okunwatosin Ogudimu, Vaiza Jajai, and Barakat Adesoya. Together, we are Team Imperial. Our topic for today is possibilities of virtual reality on the future of Nigeria educational system. What is the current educational system, if I may ask? The current educational system is 9334, called the Universal Basic Education. You all will agree with me that 99% of everyone in this meeting actually went through this 9334 educational system. The 9 is from kindergarten to primary, also called Basic 8. 3 is for junior secondary school. 3 is for secondary school, and 4 is for tertiary institution. And those that are studying law, engineering, the current educational system, which is the 4, go beyond that, because in the university, they actually go through more than 4 years in the university. Barakat, please could you tell us the things that will shape the future of the Nigerian educational system? Thank you, Omobolale. Christian Eni, the founder and director at IFAC, said, for the future of the educational system, there will be diverse time and place. Students will have more opportunities to learn at different times in different places. E-learning tools will facilitate opportunities for remote and self-paced learning. Also, project-based. As careers are adapting to the future freelance economy, students will have to adapt to project-based learning and working. Also, student ownership. Students will become more and more involved in forming their curricula, maintaining a curriculum that is contemporary, up-to-date, and useful. When professionals as well as youngsters are involved, mentoring will become more important. In 20 years, students will incorporate so much independence into their learning process that mentoring will become fundamental to student success. Teachers will form a central point in the jungle of information that our students will be paving their way through. Moreover, field experience. Because technology can facilitate more efficiency in certain domains, curricula will make room for skills that solely require human knowledge and face-to-face interaction. Thus, experience in field will be emphasized with this course. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where virtual reality comes in. Faiza, can you tell us more about the emerging technologies useful for educational system in Nigeria?
Thank you, Alex. Well, we define some techniques.
All right. Faiza's network is not good. Somebody else wants to take over from her while she gets back online?
Emerging technologies are extended reality. I'm talking about the extended reality of emerging technologies, which is called XR. Umbrella term that encompasses any sort of technology that alters reality by adding digital elements to the physical or real world environment by any extent. The emerging technology, which is XR, is actually talking about the digital elements of the physical or real world environment by any extent. We also have the AR, which is called the augmented reality. Digital layers over physical elements. The AR is talking about the digital layers over the physical elements that is going digital than the appearance, which is physical. So we also have mixed reality, which is MR. The mixed reality are the digital elements that can interact with physical elements. So this technology, this MR, they are elements that interact with physical elements. We also have virtual reality. The virtual reality is the fully immersive digital environment. All these three, this is the AR, MR, and VR. They are the emerging technologies.
Mixed reality is the merging of real and virtual worlds to produce new environment and visualization, where physical and digital objects coexist and interact in real time. According to a Facebook survey conducted on 128 people across Nigeria in 2018, 80% of Nigeria expect that virtual reality will become part of their daily lives soonest. And virtual reality is more suitable for education. Here is a video of how virtual reality can help the Nigerian educational system. Next slide, please. That right there is how the students will be using the virtual reality in the educational system. If you haven't heard of Immediate 3D before, I'll let you know what Immediate 3D wants to achieve. Immediate 3D was founded in 2016 by Judith Okonkwo. It is an extended reality creation lab focused on building the African extended reality ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond. Immediate 3D is dedicated to growing a community of African augmented reality and virtual reality creators, creating solutions using AR and VR and providing educational and engagement experience with AR and VR. They also want to implement they also want to help developers in creating the virtual reality tools. Next slide, please. There are effects of using virtual reality, and the positive effects are active experience rather than just passive information. Now, students prefer going through practicals rather than just being told. Omobolale, can you tell us the positive effect of using virtual reality?
Thank you, Barakat. I'm talking about the positive effects, which is number one, active experience rather than just passive information. VR, which is virtual reality, would help just passive information, complex concepts, subject or theory. With the use of virtual reality, students would definitely have to understand complex concepts rather than theories, distraction while studying, which we agree that when we're in school, when we're in secondary school, even definitely when I was in university, we easily get distracted in class. A lot of things can get us distracted. Our friends, when there is talk, even our phones can get us distracted. But with the use of virtual reality, there will not be distractions while we are studying. And also, it boosts student creativity. With the use of VR, it will help student creativity in a sense that we'll become more creative. And even most people that want to employ people, one of the skills that we all need is creativity. Lastly, on the positive effect of VR, is improved teaching skills in teachers using VR by providing a deep level of knowledge, which means VR is not only for students, it actually also helps teachers. It gives them the skills by providing a deep level of knowledge. Baraka, please could you tell us the negative effects of virtual reality?
Thank you, Omobolale. The negative effects are: one, it deteriorates human connections. While virtual reality can be a great asset for most of the field of activity, it can also be a huge disadvantage. The traditional education is based on personal human communication and interpersonal connection. Virtual reality is quite different. It is you and the software and nothing else. It can damage the relationship between students and the overall human communication. Also, it lacks flexibility. If in class, you can be flexible, ask questions, and receive answers from your instructors. Using a VR headset is a different experience. If you are using specific software, which has been programmed to work exactly the same way, you won't be able to do anything else except what you are supposed to do. Functionality issues. With any programmed software, things can often go wrong. When things go wrong, student learning activity is over until the tool is fixed. This can be quite expensive and inconvenient. Moreover, addiction to the virtual world, the possibility of students getting addicted to the virtual world is so big. We have seen what video games and strong experiences do to people. We can even take drugs as a good example. If what people experience is better than the normal existence, there's quite a big chance of them becoming addicted. And lastly, it is quite expensive. Advanced technology is often expensive, even to human health. If we wish to extend this virtual reality trend and reach the masses, we have to spend billions of dollars on the future. More than that, the modern education that takes advantage of the VR environment will only be accessed by the rich ones. The poor one will not afford it, therefore creating inequality in education, one of the problems of the recent Nigerian educational system. Also, it causes eye defects too, which eventually will be expensive to manage by the poor ones. Although virtual reality benefits outweighs the disadvantages, and there are measures to curb these disadvantages, according to Judith Okonkwo. Dear esteemed audience, finding people with the skills and expertise in XR technology is the major challenge. This is despite the fact that there exists a global demand for people with talent in this particular field. Besides that, there are currently no government policies or incentives to pursue virtual reality. Starting is very difficult. Nevertheless, the cost must soldier on. And that is exactly what Imisi 3D plans to do while recruiting converts to the course. Judith Okonkwo, next slide please. Judith Okonkwo suggested that for the possibility of virtual reality on Nigeria education system, there will be the partnership of government with 50% support, instructors with 30% support, virtual reality developers with 20% support, and entrepreneurs with 10% support. Government decision is more paramount in the possibilities of virtual reality on Nigeria education system, starting from allocation to educational system. In conclusion, quality education is now within the reach of every Nigerian child. It is time to embrace virtual reality's call on Nigeria educational system, as this will constitute to the economic development of our great nation, to becoming the real giant of Africa. Omo Bolanle, what do you have for us?
To build the country of our dreams, to make Nigeria a truly great nation, we must embrace science and technology. The socio-economic challenges we are facing in the country is a result of inadequate application of science and technology. Dr. Ogunoya Onu. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Your time is 13 minutes and 14 seconds, which is actually a very good timing. I think Team Pacesetters and Team Imperial today has been the two teams to me that seem to be very intentional about their content. And when I mean content, I mean what they put there. I mean the details that is in their slides, and which is really good. Who was the first presenter for this team?
Bolanle.
Yeah, Bolanle, you are really, really good. Despite the fact that the slides were not well projected, it shows that you know your slides, you know what is on it, and you did a good job. You didn't even get distracted. You kept on, presenting, which is really, really good. Good team effort. All right, I'm going to call on Mr. Adetayo to give you feedbacks as well. Okay, we can't hear you. Mr. Adetayo, we cannot hear you. Are you on mute or something? Yeah, we can't hear you. Okay. All right, probably you, when the network gets better or when you are more audible, you give them the feedback. All right, can we call on, I'm just going to call on Sarah to give them feedback before we move to the next thing, please. Sarah, can you just give them a quick feedback?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. So great presentation with the team Imperial, but I think I witnessed you guys had network glitches as well, and at a point the transition was difficult because you had wanted someone to speak, but because of network it was taking a while, and for that, just like Ridwan had pointed out earlier, one of you could have just caught up quickly to cover up for that person and then continue with the presentation. But regardless of that aside, I feel that would have been handled more adequately. But that aside, it was a great presentation. Bolanle made a strong start, and the completion was also strong as well. It was straight to the point. It was very direct, no beating around the bush. So great presentation by the team. Commend everyone.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you so much. I also just wanted to point this out. I think I would have just wanted
Dr. Adejumake, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying that your presentation left me wanting for more. For me, that was just the way it felt. I feel like it could have added more to the presentation. And probably next time you might want to think about that as well. It wasn't standing out as, you know, as much as it was a good presentation. I would have loved it to be more, to stand out more. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to quickly move to the next presenters, and that's Team ACES. Do we have Team ACES here?
Good day, ma'am. Yes, we are here.
All right. So, Mr. Adetayo, you would give both Team Imperial and Team ACES their feedback once Team ACES is done with their presentation.
Okay, can I confirm if you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. All right. All right. Team ACES, are you projecting your slides yourself? I think it's better anyways. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Let me know when you...
Yes, I want to do a last minute check. Mudupe, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Fatima.
Okay, John, Lawal.
I am here.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, then. We are ready.
All
Let
right.
me share my screen, please.
All right.
Once
your screen is being shared, I will start your timer.
Okay. Sorry, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, come in, please. All right, I'm starting.
Yes, you can start.
Now, teachers are the foundation of the educational sector. They determine 70% of the learning outcome of students. In short, they are the movers and shakers of the educational sector, and in extension, a nation. We are Team ACES, and my name is Adebi Mpimore Nkeji Fatima, a student of Obafemi Awolowo University, and my teammates are Tijani Lawa of Ahmadu Bello University, Modupe Zuba of the Federal University Lokoja, and John Olorunfemi of the University of Ibadan. Today, we'll be showing you how a desirable and quality teaching system is the panacea to the lacuna in Nigeria's educational sector. But let's start with a quick yes or no exercise. 1, do you think Nigeria's teaching system cares about students' mental health and has in place a checkup system? Anyone, please? Anyone? Yes or no?
No.
2, is the teaching profession desirable in Nigeria? Another person, please.
No.
Thank you for the responses. Now, let's watch a video.
Hello mentors and mentees of Daytopia. My name is Absona Fiyomoyosola. I am a student of University of Sunderland, United Kingdom, and I've been called upon by Team ASAS to speak about the teaching style in the United Kingdom and its impact on my studies. Our teachers teach with passion. They teach like that everything depends on it. They teach like there's no tomorrow. They want to do everything in their power to make sure you understand the message they're passing across. Our tutors are always going extra miles for us. What I mean is, they use YouTube videos to sometimes explain what's being taught in class, and they'll always drop the link in the file area whereby during the leisure time you can also go back to the link, click on it, watch the video over and over again till you understand what's being taught. Also, at the end of every class, there's always like a printout, which is a summary of everything that's been taught in that particular class. So reading and going through the summary, you would still understand what's being taught in that class. Also, the tutors always notice when students are absent, they send a Teams message to check.
From our responses and the video, it is apparent that one country has a great teaching system while the other doesn't. It therefore isn't surprising that the United Kingdom is currently the second country with the best educational system globally, according to the US News and World Report, while Nigeria struggles to even be seen in the ranking. Do you see that there's a problem? At this point, I'll be welcoming Lawal to tell us the problems plaguing the Nigerian teaching system, and I'll be turning off my video for network.
Thank you, Fatima. In starting, I'll firstly be defining who a teacher is. According to a journal of IOSR Research and Method in Education, a teacher is a professional who must possess knowledge and different methods of imparting knowledge into students to bring about positive changes in learners' attitudes or behavior. Please note that teachers during this presentation also extend to lecturers in the university. Now, let me show you 4 major problems plaguing the Nigerian teaching system. 1, poor remuneration. A Yoruba adage says, which translates, money is the will of the gospel. Fully, it means money motivates a person to do what is necessary. However, Nigerian teachers have long been left out of this gospel, as even though they are being paid, they have been largely exploited. According to a 2007 survey by My Salary Scale, the average salary of a teacher in primary and secondary school is 49,000 naira per month, while a new university lecturer earns 137,459 naira, excluding bank charges and taxes. Therefore, it is not shocking knowing some lecturers use outdated notes and even display some nonchalant behavior towards the profession. 2, lack of training for teachers. Lawyers, doctors, and others train extensively to join their various professions. But why is it different with teachers who would mold these individuals? Even while on the job, those in the teaching system rarely have access to comprehensive training. It is evident and saddening that even the government contributed. Today, some lecturers cannot even design comprehensive slides, just as some mentees here on Daytopia. People of God, what then will be the fate of their product? What? 3, professional misconduct. Across all levels of education in Nigeria, there exists professional misconduct ranging from assisted examination malpractice for money to certificate forgery, impersonation, sex for marks, and others. Dear listeners, the case of Professor Richard Akindele of Obafemi Awolowo University, who according to Premium Times was reported to have demanded sex from Miss Monica Osage for marks upgrade, is one. Lastly, shortage of teachers. Poor condition of service coupled with unbefitting professional outlook have forced many to shy away from the teaching profession and join the train of those pursuing careers elsewhere. In Nigeria, there is almost no student in tertiary institution that cannot relate to a single lecturer taking over 500 students. Primary and secondary schools aren't left out too. The National Policy on Education pegs teacher-pupil ratio at 1/40. However, the ratio is exceeded in most schools today. Most classrooms aren't even enhancing quality teaching and learning, which is another factor demoralizing and barring many from going into the profession. Ladies and gentlemen, these problems have a far-reaching effect on our educational system and the country as a whole. And it is on this note I'll be handing over to Modupe to show us this effect.
Thanks, Lawal. Before delving into the consequences of a poor teaching system, let's close our eyes and imagine a world without teachers. I mean, imagine a world of ignorance and no discovery. Ridiculous, right? The impact of a teaching system is shown through the roles teachers play in the lives of students. And according to the Eton Institute, a 21st century teacher acts as a controller, the prompter, the resource, the assessor, the organizer, the tutor, and the parents. If there are no teachers to perform these roles, the educational sector would not exist. It is therefore evident that teachers are the foundation of the educational sector. However, there is something wrong with the foundation of our educational system. Therefore, Nigeria's teaching system is poor, and just like a building with poor foundation, it would eventually collapse. Now, I would be discussing the impact a poor teaching system has on the students and the nation. Everyone captures the impact of a bad teaching system to cover students being set back considerably. And then the Journal of Economics Perspective posits that teachers' interactions with students shapes the future of students because it goes on to affect societal interaction in all facets. Therefore, a bad teaching system disrupts that arrangement, and students can perform excellently or even self-actualize. With the above negative impact on students, national development would definitely be hampered because the educational sector would be churning out incompetent and half-baked students into the society. Let's show a practical example of the effect of education on nation building. The statistic on your screen is the literacy rate based on geopolitical zones in Nigeria as reviewed by UNESCO. It can be seen that the northern zones have low literacy rates, summed up to be 38.3% compared to that of southern zone, which is 61.6%. The effect, a World Bank report in 2022 revealed that 87% of poor Nigerians are in the north because the students would rather be on the streets instead of being educated. As I reach the tail end of my presentation, let me share with you a story. Once upon a time, there was a small boy who kept his reading passion to himself. And then one day, a teacher librarian with the name Mrs. Blanche discovered him and took interest in him. She followed his reading passion and then exposed him to excellent teaching. The boy? Yeah, it's Bill Gates, the co-founder of Microsoft. And according to Certify, Microsoft is responsible for 14.7 million jobs globally. Imagine he hadn't met Mrs. Blanche. Maybe we wouldn't even have PowerPoint to use for this competition. Listeners, John will now be showing why the Nigerian teaching system isn't desirable.
Thank you, Mojupe. Indeed, teachers' roles are indispensable, especially for a nation that understands the impact of education. But sadly, the teaching system does not seem like a desirable one in Nigeria, as people are shying away from it. To prove this indifference, Team ASIS conducted a survey among Daytopians to know what they wished to become while they were growing up. The analysis of their responses is displayed on the screen. This analysis showed Daytopians wish to be many things, but none wish to be a teacher. And even the only person who chose something similar wanted to be a professor, not a teacher. You might wonder why. Well, the answer is simple. While growing up, we never saw teaching as an interesting career path. According to Teach for All, teachers are the first responders aside our parents. And as a natural effect, we ought to be influenced by what they do and wish to be like them, just as it is common for a child to naturally love the profession of his mother or father. However, we grew up believing professions such as doctor, engineer, lawyer, pilot, and the likes are the relevant professions due to the overwhelming importance placed on them. If we could remember, our school fences and chapters of our primary school textbooks gave recognition mainly to professions such as doctor, engineer, lawyer, etc., while teaching is given little or no significance. The effect of this is that these popularized professions get registered into our subconscious, and as such, it became natural for us to pick either of these professions as our preferred choice. Also, seeing the deplorable condition in which our teachers live and their poor remuneration brought about natural aversion for the teaching profession. I could vividly remember how my primary school teacher, Uncle Waking, always resented over being a teacher after getting his 3,000 naira salary, which could hardly cater for his general upkeep. Revelations such as these at one's formative years would only make the teaching profession seem unworthy, despite being indispensable. Even at the tertiary levels, the poor treatment of lecturers are still evident, and this has brought about the never-ending clamors for educational development. This poor teaching system has contributed mainly to why people do not wish to be teachers, and why the teaching profession is understaffed today, as stated by the Universal Basic Education Commission, when it disclosed that Nigeria has a shortage of 280,000 teachers at the basic level. Esteemed audience, I bet you would agree that if things get better and the teaching profession gets lucrative today, more people will want to be teachers, and this would in turn help with a pool of applicants from which the best will be picked, thereby helping to filter people who are passionate about teaching from those who are not. Because with passion, advancing one's skill set on the job becomes relatively easier, as one will find enjoyment in doing so. Thus, bettering the educational system. In order to realize the desirable teaching system we yearn after, Fatima would enlighten us on steps to take.
Thank you very much, John. And yes, I'll be showing workable solutions. A former Minister of Education in Nigeria, in person of Obieze Kwesile, in one of our interviews, highlighted that contrary to the widespread belief that the major problem of Nigeria's educational sector is funding, the prominent problems are poor teacher quality, incomplete curriculum, and ethical gap. All these problems can be easily resolved if there is a desirable teaching system with quality teachers. How to attain desirability of the profession and quality teachers? We have highlighted 5 ways. 1, compulsory educational qualification. Isn't it ironic that in Nigeria, people who want to become doctors, engineers are mandated to get at least a bachelor's degree, but not teachers who will train them? Therefore, a bachelor's degree should be set as the minimum qualification for anyone that wants to join the teaching system. This, notably, is one of the secret ingredients of countries with successful educational system like Finland. 2, training. For teachers, a degree isn't sufficient. They need to be trained so that the best brains can be found. In attaining this, practical and theoretical training that incorporates technological training with access to instructional material should be mandated for a number of years before becoming a teacher and during their years of service. 3, juicy remuneration. According to a survey by Education Week, it was revealed that 29% of parents' main reason for not wanting their children to be teachers is inadequate pay and benefits. In solving this, a committee should be set up to review the salaries of Nigerian teachers and include benefits that would reflect the importance of the profession, and the government must ensure strict adherence to the salary recommendation. 4, incorporation of a mentoring and feedback system. Basically, teachers should also be mentors and should prioritize feedback. With mentoring and feedback, a better relationship between teachers and students is established, and this positively impacts everyone. Let's watch a video of the impact of mentoring and the feedback system on students.
There are some slides that were kind of wordy, so it's something you can look into. And the audience engagement as well. I didn't really see you trying to see if we were even listening, so if you can work on the audience engagement.
To be honest, I cannot fault the team.
It was very good. I just want to wish you guys all the best, and this is one of the best presentations that I've seen on this for this competition.
From the video, it is evident that the mentoring and feedback we got from mentors like Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Aditumoke, and Mr. Ridwan, and others after our first presentation gave us direction in the next and earned us IMAX. Imagine our teachers could be that involved in our academics. Lastly, holistic improvement of the outlook of the teaching system. Take teachers out of the educational sector and we are left with nothing. Hence, it is pertinent for Nigerians to be reoriented on the professional status of teachers and the associated prestige of the teaching profession.
It is true that Nigeria has a long way to go as regards the educational sector. But since two truths can coexist, it is also true that a great place to start with is the teaching system. The implementation of our recommendation offers the Nigerian educational sector multi-layered solutions because the best brains are pumped into the sector to teach our students. And our students have access to a conducive learning environment that does everything to make them the best of themselves. So I ask you, have you ever seen a country with a working educational sector crumble? You're right. We're the best teachers that turn around the educational sector. We are on our way to attaining a comprehensive national development.
You guys just know how to overdo, and you always come and show yourself all the time. You guys remind me of NTA Network News, back when I was growing up, and it wasn't fun then, but now it just makes me appreciate journalism more. You guys need to refocus your career, probably think of going into journalism or something very similar. All right, good job, guys. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. It was a good presentation. All right, can we have Adetayo give his feedback, please?
Oh, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. I know you really wanted to give this feedback.
These guys are awesome. This is not just good, but great. This is what I call research. You did your job. You were talking as if you are a teacher and you know what is going on there. Kudos to you. I must commend you for having good references to the 21st century teacher's role. But many people, when they hear the teacher role, that's why I said I don't like that picture. I don't know who showed me that picture. When they hear the teacher.
Sorry, we can't hear
Sorry
him.
for that.
Okay, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So when they say the role of teachers is very, very different from what we used to know when we were growing up. And you made mention of it. Good job. You did your assignment well. Kudos to you. I can't fault this, your presentation. You did well. You did well. Though there can be improvement on the slides, but you did well. For the Imperial, you also did well by correcting the mistakes that were made by Unicorn because you both had the same topic, virtual reality. You made mention of the 934 system, whereas the Unicorn made mention of 6334. Very good job. That means you did your research. You also made it relatable by talking about Judith Okonkwo's 3D XR. That is very, very, very good. That was what I was hoping to see when Unicorn were doing their presentation. So all being said, well done, guys. I'm impressed with this ASA's presentation. Very, very well impressed. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adetayo. Thank you so much. So the team had 14:36. That's 14 minutes, 36 seconds. This shows how well they've utilized their time. You know, it's in as much as we don't want you to go over time, you also need to pace your slides in such a way that it covers that time. If you have good research and enough research, you know, it will fit into the time, and with good practice, you won't exceed the time and you still be in time. All right, Mr. Daytopia, you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say happy birthday to Modupe Zubar. Today is her birthday and she still came on to present today, which is fantastic. I was even telling her that if you are not going to be present, that's fine, obviously, because today is your birthday. But she was like, no, I'm coming, I'll present. I'm like, wow, dedication at peak. So I want, if all of us can just sing a happy birthday, just quick happy birthday song for Modupe, that would be great. Sarah, you have a very lovely voice. They said you need to start this, so please start it and Ridwan will follow, and everybody will follow you guys. All right, let's go, Sarah.
Oh yeah, Sarah.
Mr. Ridwan.
I was going to just say this. Somebody before Sarah starts singing, I was just going to say this. Somebody said, how can Modupe and Adebimpe be in the same team? To be honest, I'm tempted to like separate both of them because it feels like cheating for both of you to be in the same team. You guys are awesome presenters. Yeah, we can start the song now. Sarah.
Okay, let's go quickly.
Yeah. Oh, I should start singing.
Yes.
All
right, let's go.
Okay. Happy birthday
to you. Everybody, please unmute.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday
to you.
Hip, hip, hip.
Thanks so much.
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray! Celebrant, show your face. Show your face. Let's see your face. Let's see your face. We have
really? Yes. Okay. Here I am.
Hey, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Modupe.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Wonderful job, guys. Wonderful job, guys. Okay, so we're going to just quickly move to the next presentation. A minute, please. All right. So do we have Team Electra here ready to go? We have Team Electra here. Okay. All right. So are you sharing your slides? Let me see because.
Yes, we are
all
sharing.
Right. Perfect. All right. Let me know when you are ready and I'll start your time.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfectly. We can hear you. We can hear you well.
Okay. So we can start.
All right. Yeah, your time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Safia Adam, a final year student of economics from Ahmadu Bello University. We are a lecturer, and I'm here with my teammates, Irene Okoro, who is a 400 level student of medical biochemistry from University of Benin. I also have with me Monachi and Ugochi, who are also 200 level students of economics from University of Nigeria in Nsukka. So today our topic is going to be on the reality in the classrooms, equal opportunities for those with learning disabilities. Irene, can you tell us a little bit more about our topic?
I humbly appreciate the presence of our distinguished judges, mentors, and my fellow mentees. My name is Irene Okuru, and I'll be introducing you on the topic, reality in the classroom, equal opportunities for those with learning disabilities. Today's presentation will be interactive, so please permit us to turn off our camera to ensure maximum communication. Firstly, next slide. I'd like to know if anyone has ever heard of the demon Procrustes before. Anyone? You may use the chat box if that's fine by you. Great, it seems no one has an idea. It will be my greatest pleasure to begin this presentation with a brief history about the Greek villain who was very crafty and who happens to be the son of Poseidon. He was notable in showing kindness to travelers by inviting them to his home and persuading them to lie on his magical bed after offering them a meal. When his guests asked him why his bed was magical, he would respond by saying that his bed was a one size to fit all. Now, as soon as his guests fall asleep, he would tie the hands and feet of the victim, and if the victim was shorter than the bed, he would stretch him by hammering the bones to fit. How about if the victim's length was longer than the bed? He would cut off the legs to make the body fit the bed's length. Thankfully, this horrible monster was killed by Theseus, just the same method he used to kill his victim. You might be curious to find out why I started off with a Greek mythology. Please note that Procrustes has now become a proverbial term to force someone or something to fit into an unnatural pattern. And it is quite unfortunate that Procrustes' spirit is awake and is now leading innocent lives into its bed. Next slide. The original context of school can be translated to its Latin word meaning leisure, but can we describe school as a venue for leisure? I don't think so. Don't you find it odd that the places of leisure which you describe as school now feels like a factory powered by robots, and we are forced to obtain a certain degree? I would like someone to unmute himself and please help me participate in my quick survey. Anyone, please?
I would.
Hello?
Okay. Hello?
Okay. I'd like to ask you a question, okay? Have you ever felt anxious that you were not taking your academics seriously, probably 2 weeks before your exam?
Yes.
Excellent. Have you ever had a burning fear that you might fail your school exam?
I think everybody else, okay, yes.
Thank you very much. Please, you may mute your mic. If your answer had turned negative, I would have assumed you to be normal and free from psychological or mental issues such as depression or anxiety. However, since you have given me a positive response to my question, I humbly suggest that you need help. Yes, an immediate one at that. You see, we are all guilty of forcefully accepting the ideology that passing the examination in the classroom is a guarantee to securing a better future rather than achieving a better learning. We have limited our abilities by the Procrustes bed, which is now acting as the grading system to cut off our aspiration. We have also seen school as a means of securing a better future by obtaining a first-class degree or whichever degree that you obtain. But come to think of it, are there really enough job opportunities for everyone? Because over 10 million has degrees. Now, if the normal people are facing these worries, how much more people living with learning disability who struggle very hard to meet up with the same authoritative learning and rigid curriculum the normal people have? Yes, I agree the world is advancing digitally, but are we willing to push individuals who are diagnosed with autism and the ones who haven't discovered their poor learning abilities through a system that is not comfortable for them? I think it's unfair to make these individuals face psychological damage by forcefully introducing more systematic advances, be it digital or otherwise, without giving them the opportunity to thrive in their unique abilities first. It's like watching them jailed in a prison while they die of zero hope, and then they face 100% mental health struggle because they think they would never fit in.
I do not think we want to envision a future with increased mental health problems, do we? So right now, we'll be inviting Safia, who will be broadening our perspective on the future of individuals with learning disability and a glimpse of what the categories of learning disabilities are. So please pay attention so you don't find some of the terminology strange. Thank you very much. Safia, over to you. Hello, Safia.
Thank you very much, Irene. So before I continue, I would like to tell you of a short story of a boy named Kalu. Kalu is a 7-year-old boy who wasn't performing too well in school. His parents scolded him regularly and asked why he couldn't emulate his brother and be more organized and serious. Kalu tried to work hard, but couldn't understand why he had no friends and why he just wasn't like other kids. This made him sad, lonely, and depressed at a very young age. The next decision his dad made was to take him to a boarding school. Thinking that home was too pampering, hence his disability to learn. He left for a boarding house and still couldn't cope. He couldn't do anything for himself. He couldn't tie his shoelace. He couldn't knot his tie. A few weeks later, Kalu's parents were invited to be informed that their son was diagnosed of autism, a learning disability which we'll be exploring shortly. Meanwhile, Kalu won the Kids Artist of the Year for the Talent Show program for that year and has been invited by the Prime Minister for further recognition. They cried and felt ashamed for not caring enough for their child and giving up on a child with such potential. This is just one story out of thousands of stories of people suffering from learning disabilities, and Kalu is one of the very lucky ones amongst them. Why is Kalu's story important? According to Premium Times, over 32 million Nigerians are struggling with learning disorder. And this is approximately 15% of Nigerians' population. And millions of people are still unaware of autism, dyslexia, ADHD, and dyscalculia and dyspraxia. Fellow Daytopians, you're very lucky to be here today because we are going to be enlightening you more on these disabilities. The first is autism, the disability that Kalu witnessed. It is also known as Autism Spectrum Disorder or ASD, a neural developmental disorder that affects a person's social and communication abilities. This makes them repetitive and somewhat awkward. An autistic patient is just an innocent child born into the world, just like you and me. He didn't choose to be autistic, but he is. It is only fair that we provide equal opportunities for them to explore their passion and invest in themselves. Only then will education in the future be fair. Dyslexia is also a brain-based condition that affects reading, spelling, and writing. They have difficulties, not because they can't see, but because the words jumps out to them or sometimes moves or rotates on the paper. ADHD is also another one. ADHD is a fool for thousands of Nigerian teenagers and adults experience this disorder, which makes it harder to concentrate and pay attention. Dyscalculia is also another one, which makes it very difficult for them to understand mathematics and calculations. At this point, I know some of you are thinking, I probably had one of these illnesses when I was younger. Well, people with these learning disabilities are tremendously creative. Studies have shown that they think differently, they have visual memory, they are good with music, art, and even sciences. Now imagine they're educated in the way that supports them. Anything is possible and everything will be possible because this is when we'll have true diversity. The technology everyone is blabbing about that is going to take over. These patients or these people with disabled minds have these skills. And my colleague will tell you later on about numerous CEOs and inventors who are dyslexic and have other ailments, but are still changing the world. Now I'll call on Ugo to give us solutions on how we can cater for those with learning disabilities, because this is the reality happening in the classroom. And unless we cater for them and build a developed institution for them, our educational system in the future will never be fully developed.
Thank you very much, Safia. Now, according to the Learning Disability Association of America, about 1 in 5 children in the US have learning issues. That's approximately 11.2 million students. Ugo, please, what solutions are you preferring? Because if we do not tackle this issue in the future, we'll have more students actually repeating grades or giving up on education entirely by dropping out. Some of them may even be involved in misconduct and be locked in jail, while others will be rendered
jobless. Ugo, you have the floor. Ugo. All right, since Ugo is not here, we'll at least switch over to Mona, who is sitting in the future and is willing to wrap up this presentation by telling us his predictions on how successfully educated individuals have actually thrived in their careers with a history of learning disability. But before we do that, let's go on a quick break with this short video. Don't go anywhere.
Is this meant to have a sound? Because there's no sound coming out of it.
Okay, welcome back. And please note, what we propose is a student-centric focus. Now, apart from the equal opportunities for those with disability and those without that may come to mind when one imagines our wonderfully painted picture, there is more to our world that makes it the best. And some of these are jobs, productivity, and peace. In basic terms, the bigger picture. But all things in due season, the talk on jobs coming first. In our world, there are more jobs. How? Taking a look at the present and the past to see the future, what we see is a lot of mentally disabled CEOs and founders of global companies. They struggled. Take a look at Apple, Steve Jobs. He's a dyslexic patient. And so even though they achieved much, this is just a small set of their actual potential. And look, they actually generated over 396,000 jobs. In our world, we achieve their full potential, and even possibly it may lead to the cure of unemployment. Next slide. The truth of the matter, next slide, please. The truth of the matter is that employment doesn't mean happiness and better life for all by itself, actually, except those employed are happy in our world. In our world, happiness is enjoyed by all because in our model, we let people learn what they want and become what they want, leading to more productivity and better standards of living. What is that? Heaven on earth. And if you look at this, according to the University of Oxford, people who love what they do are 13% more productive. Next slide. Now, we know you don't want to die when you're enjoying life. I mean, who wants to die when things are great for him? And we've made provision for that. How? By keeping the idle minds busy with things they love, so they don't even have a reason to actually come out and commit crimes. Next slide. What we speak of is a better world, a better life, but we must act now. Remember, we only have one world, one future. Let's get it right.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I have a lot of issues with this presentation. You guys started really well. You've got very nice and wonderful voices, but did anyone take the presentation that Ugo was meant to take, or you guys just skipped that presentation totally? Like, did you guys just skip a slide and not present it just because she wasn't here?
Okay, what we did was that we summarized it. I think that was like my opening sentence.
Okay. All right. Because it felt skipped. That's why I was asking. Because I could see that you are just forwarding the whole part where she was meant to present. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call on Mr. Daytopia. Can you please give this team their feedback, please?
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask, the video you shared, there was no audio in it at all, so I couldn't get anything from the video. Was that intentional, or you were not aware? I thought the video was supposed to buttress your presentation.
Okay, I think that was enough.
Right. Oh, okay. No problem. Right. It was a good presentation. Last phase, all the presenters did really well with the voices and this one as well. You guys, the confidence was there. Great presentation. I love the topic as well, because this is a topic that is not really being touched as much. Right. It's not a topic that has really been touched as much. And I like the fact that Irene was able to quickly jump in to carry on with the transition so that we didn't really feel the network issues. But overall, it's a good presentation. I believe, the slides can still be better. And the network issue, there's nothing we can do about it. But well done, guys. And that's it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I personally am very sensitive when it comes to mental health, especially when it comes to learning disabilities, autism, dyslexia, and the rest. It's an eye opener, and I like the route that you guys took with this presentation. It was really good. All right. Okay. Thank you for a wonderful presentation, Team Electra. All right. Do we have Team Iconic here?
Yes, we're here.
All right, guys. Yeah, do you guys want to project it in your hand?
No, please can you project for us?
Okay. Right. I think I was able to download yours. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm just going to project. So you were saying something about having a video first. You told me about having the video first.
Yeah, having the video before the last person talks. Before the last person.
Before the last person. Okay. Just 1 minute, please. Sorry, I forgot to tell Team Electra, your time is 13:30, 13 minutes and 13 seconds. That was the time that you used for your presentation. Okay, when you guys are ready, let me know so I start your time.
Ready.
All right, you can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay Joshua, and I'm the team lead for the Iconic Group. And today we're going to be talking on the topic Beyond the Four Walls and on the team Educational System for the Future. But before that, I would like to introduce my teammates. The first person is Oguntole Olatomiwa, a student of Obafemi Awolowo University studying management and accounting. Ashiya Suleiman, a penultimate student of Department of Economics, Ahmadu Bello University, and Oyetayo Elizabeth, a student of University of Ilorin, Department of Estate Management. Today, we are going to be talking on the topic Beyond the Four Walls. And in our presentation, we are leaving no child behind. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashiya Suleiman, and I will be speaking on personal development. But before I go on, I would like to give insight on why we chose the topic Beyond the Four Walls. So we realized that about 50 to 60% of students, about 50 to 60% of students do not actually own the skill that is necessary for them to be placed in the world after. And this is because they've been conditioned to a particular way of learning, and that is just within the four walls of the school. So back to personal development, I'll be telling a story on the elephant trap. There was a man who found himself in a camp and he saw a lot of elephants, and these elephants were being chained. So these elephants were not trying their best to unchain themselves. And this is because, so this man was very curious, and out of his curiosity, he went ahead to ask this trainer that why are these elephants not trying to unchain themselves, looking at the fact that they are big, they have the power to, unchain themselves. So the trainer responded by saying that these elephants, right from when they were much more younger, have been trained with this same chain. So they've become accustomed to it. And that is just what is happening in among students today. Students believe that they cannot learn beyond the 4 walls of the school. So the iconic thing is going to present to you that really we can learn beyond the 4 walls of the classroom. And that takes us to personal development. PDP is an action plan that you can use to identify your individual goals and what you want to achieve, your strengths and your weaknesses, and a whole lot more. It also helps you to become employable. It improves your performance and also increase your motivation, and also helps you track down your progress, and it also improves your sense of purpose. So next is SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis really makes you to understand what your strengths are in order for you to achieve your goal, your weaknesses, and where your opportunity lies and how you can leverage on them. And lastly, what your threats are, like what can be threats to you. So I will stop here and hand over to Tomiwa to continue.
Thank you, Asiya. As we all know, the word mentor is as old as storytelling, and it first coined to mean a wise teacher in Homer's The Odyssey. And as we all know, that life is filled with unpredictable events that makes us anxious about what our next step is. And this next step could be our next academic step or our next career lead. And as we encounter these moments, we might feel the need to reach out to somebody about these uncertainties. And this is where our mentors come into the picture. They are qualified people with the correct wisdom that help us and guide us through their field of expertise. Hi everyone, I'm Olatomiwa Gudele, and I've taken us through the role of mentorship in the educational system and how it can bring about advancement and betterment to the educational system in the future. Let's look at what mentorship is. Mentorship is actually a relationship between two people where individuals with more experience and knowledge and connections guide somebody with lesser experience about what they've learned. And mentoring in education actually involves pairing young people with older peers or volunteers who act as positive role models. So mentoring with these schools actually promotes teachers' retention and consistency among educators. Mentoring programs do not only increase job satisfaction, but also helps teachers to emerge as leaders within their schools, but it also has a positive effect on students' achievement and success. So I'll be taking us through the beneficial mentoring activities for students. One, we have individualized goal setting. When students assess their academic progress, set long-term and short-term goals, develop an action plan, it helps students to develop a universal set of skills. An essential component of these mentoring sessions is self-reflection. It gives students the chance to build awareness around their ability to set and follow through appropriate academic and social goals. So students who practice individual goal setting and reflection over time are better able to accurately assess their strengths and as well recognize an area for self-improvement. 2, we have relationship built on trust. Mentors empower students and serve as thought partners on their academic journey. They express the understanding of students' aspirations and their fears, and they provide support to students wherever necessary. So a reliable routine mentorship allows students to build an honest and trusting relationship over time through regular communication and mentor-student meetings. 3, we have networking. In school, mentorship helps students find their career path and connect with the right people and resources to support their advancement. So like the Daytopia Mentorship Program is a platform that provides this kind of mentorship we're talking about. Because one of their aims is to foster academic excellence by learning from academic scholars and professors on the most efficient ways to navigate academic life. So the earlier we implement mentorship programs in the educational system, the betterment of the educational system in the future. Because not all students have this personal relationship with their teachers generally, or even speak about their parents or about what is going on in their academic life. So this is where the mentors come in. They help and guide the students on the right path. And Denzel Washington said, he said, show me a successful individual and I'll show you someone who has had a real positive influence in his or her life. So if you do it well, I'm sure there was someone cheering you on, by the way, and that's a mentor. So I'll be leaving to Elizabeth to take us through the access to technology in the educational system.
You all will agree with me that technology has brought about positive changes to our education system. And I'm not just talking about Nigeria's education system alone, I'm talking about the world's education system at large. Hello, everyone. I'm Ayeta Elizabeth, and I'll be talking on how technology has changed education and also the importance of technology in education. It is of no doubt that technology has greatly expanded access to education. Years back, talking about the 1890s, books were rare and only an elite few had access to education. Individuals had to travel miles so as to get centers of learning, to get an education or make use of a public library. Today, we have massive amounts of information like our books, audios, images, videos, course handouts, and so on, all available at one's fingerprint through the internet and even online opportunities for formal learning. Also, access to technology has provided opportunities for communication and collaboration, and they have also been expanded by technology. Students can now share what they are learning with students in other classrooms, other states, and even other countries. The walls of the classrooms, they are no longer barriers to enable new ways of learning, communication, and as well as collaboration. Technology is now a powerful tool that can support transformation in education in so many ways, for making it easier for teachers, lecturers to create instructional materials for everyone to have access to. Next slide. Moving on to why technology is needed in classroom or lecture halls. Technology enables access to educational resources. It improves learning experience. Students can also learn at their own pace. Many believe that technology can enhance individual learning, removing educational boundaries that teachers may face. It enables online education, helps students to prepare for their future careers. As we all know that technology is widely used by professionals across a wide range of fields and industries. Lastly, students demand access to technology. Many children today, they feel comfortable using technology, even from a very young age. So when we introduce new ideas and subjects by using tools they've already mastered, students will feel confident in their ability to learn the new materials, and they may even feel empowered to help their classmates learn. I'll also call on our team lead in person of Ajayi Joshua to round up this session. Thank you.
Now, before I round up, I would like us to watch a video that shows creativity in educational system. Please, next slide.
My contention is all kids have tremendous talents and we squander them pretty ruthlessly. I had a great story recently, I love telling it, of a little girl who was in a drawing lesson. She was 6 and she was at the back drawing, and the teacher said this little girl hardly ever paid attention, and in this drawing lesson she did. And the teacher was fascinated. She went over to her and she said, "What are you drawing?" And the girl said, "I'm drawing a picture of God." And the teacher said, "But nobody knows what God looks like." And the girl said, "They will in a minute." Kids will take a chance. You know, if they don't know, they'll have a go. Am I right? They're not frightened of being wrong. Now, I don't mean to say that being wrong is the same thing as being creative. What we do know is, if you're not prepared to be wrong, you'll never come up with anything original. If you're not prepared to be wrong. And by the time they get to be adults, most kids have lost that capacity. They have become frightened of being wrong. And we run our companies this, by the way. We stigmatize mistakes. And we're now running national education systems where mistakes are the worst thing you can make. And the result is that we are educating people out of their creative capacities. If you think of it, the whole system of public education around the world is a protracted process of university entrance. And the consequence is that many highly talented, brilliant, creative people think they're not, because the thing they were good at school wasn't valued or was actually stigmatized. And I think we can't afford to go on that way. Picasso once said this. He said that all children are born artists. The problem is to remain an artist as we grow up. I believe this passionately, that we don't grow into creativity, we grow out of it. Or rather, we get educated out of it. We have to be careful now that we use this gift wisely, and the only way we'll do it is by seeing our creative capacities for the richness they are, and seeing our children for the hope that they are. And our task is to educate their whole being so they can face this future. By the way, we may not see this future, but they will. And our job is to help them make something of it.
Now, there is need to be a shift from the degree-oriented educational system to a skill-based, money-generating, and problem-solving educational educational system. Statistics from Science Daily and UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations show that up to 10% of the global population are affected by specific learning disabilities, such as dyslexia, dyscalculia, and autism, translating to about 5 to 6 students in this Daytopia mentorship program. Growing up in Nigeria, if I didn't get a concept in my studies like the girl in the video, I was regarded as an olodo because learning disabilities were often ignored. Now, a survey carried out by a non-profit, Dyslexia Nigeria, showed that it's only 2% of Nigerian educators that have heard the word dyslexia before. Now, if 10% of the population suffer from learning disabilities and only 2% of educators are aware of these disabilities, it simply shows that there is the needs of these students will not be catered for. But as more and more awareness is given towards learning disabilities within the educational organization, there will be progress in the educational system. A practical example is this Daytopia Mentorship Program. Now, Section 6 in the success tips says that, remember that some of your audience may have learning disabilities such as dyslexia, and learning and swearing words can be a tough challenge. Even the famous Albert Einstein, Tom Cruise, and several change makers have dyslexia. So when you ask me what the educational system of the future is, I will tell you a system that provides equal access to uncompromised educational opportunities, irrespective of social and economic backgrounds, like learning disabilities, race, and gender. Finally, I would like to end with a letter I wrote to my younger self. You're not stupid, you have dyslexia. You'll be okay in the end. In fact, you will achieve more in education than many do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. What was a good one, wonderful. This presentation actually touched my heart. I'm just going to quickly say a story. And as the last presenter was presenting, it made me remember a girl back when I was in school. You know, she was really good with maths, but she had difficulties actually read them when it comes to English class. So the teacher kept on flogging her because she just couldn't read just like everyone, and she just couldn't spell just like everyone. And do you know that it was until I actually traveled out of the country, I understood that there was something actually called dyslexia. And it was okay to, for us to accept it, that not everybody would be like every typical child, and many teachers don't even know about these things. If you don't get it, you get flogged for not getting it. Nobody even congratulated the girl for being very good at maths. All they wanted for her was, you have to be good everywhere. You have to know everything. And when Ajayi was sharing his story, it kind of touched my heart and it made me remember, that girl back then. Good presentation, guys. Good presentation. All right, I'm just going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to 1 minute, please. Okay, Professor Bolajoko, are you here, please? Okay, she's probably somewhere she can't talk at the moment. Sarah, do you want to give this team a feedback, please? Yeah. Okay, we can't hear Sarah. Ridwan, Ridwan, you're already on mute, so go ahead.
Yes, I'm ready. All right. Thank you guys for your presentation. You already made my Dr. Jumoke emotional already. So it just shows how good the presentation was. I would like to say, first of all, did these guys just join the competition, or they've been a part of the competition since?
They've been, last week network messed
the first time, I'm not sure, but it just felt like this guy just joined, because I'm not sure I've heard these guys present before. Joshua,
I know,
Tomiwa, Elizabeth. I don't know, where were these guys?
You remember the presentation last week where they brought out the Twitter post?
Oh, was it this team?
Yeah, it was this team.
Okay. I mean, their names, I didn't catch their names. Yeah. Because all these names look entirely new to me. It looks like I've not heard them present before. But these guys did a very good job at delivering this topic. Yeah, they did their research, and I like the fact that they put out that video that video was about 2 minutes, right? But it told a lot of stories. I mean, talked about encouraging creativity right from when we're young, and then the kind of educational system we have now is everybody wants you to be good at, just be good at whatever you're being taught. Forget about other skills that you may have. So it's a reminder for us to know that in addition to what we learn in schools, of course, we can also enhance other skills that we have. So well done, guys. I love the video. The slides were good. Maybe you could just work on some of the slides, like the technology slide. There's a part where you had white font on a light blue background, so it didn't make the wordings very clear. So you can watch out for that. So if you are going to use a white, whatever you want to do, whatever color you want to use, whatever font, just make sure that the words that you have on your slides are clear and legible to everyone. So note that. Then I would like to say your presentation overall was good. I mentioned that the content was nice. Joshua was calm presentation all through. Well done. I've taken note of your name now. Yeah, same with Elizabeth. Elizabeth was presented with grace as if she owned Daytopia. Very well done, Elizabeth. And then Tomiwa, I was saying Tomiwa should take water because she was presenting, she had so much fire. She was presenting as if she had Autism in her mouth. But just slow down, Tomiwa. You're a very good presenter, but sometimes it might appear that you're speaking too fast. Just be aware that you have the tendency, and it's not a bad thing. It's just because you have the passion to speak, right? You just want to speak and you want to do it, so you want to speak fast. But just be mindful, because when you're presenting and when you're speaking, remember the objective is to communicate. Presentation on dyslexia. So maybe one of the listeners who cannot follow fast speakers. You understand what I'm saying? So just be aware of your audience and then take your presentation slowly. So you guys did very well, and well done with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ridwan. I think I always tell you guys this: when you are making your slides, you need to consider the fact that, especially now that we are very well knowledgeable and aware of these things, that you might have people. The funniest thing is that they might not even know. You might have people with learning disabilities, people that are autistic, that different colors can blind them as well. So yeah, just be careful. Use more subtle colors. And this is not particularly for Team Iconic. Your slides are good. I'm talking generally to all the teams. Use more subtle colors that won't give people that probably have learning disabilities difficulty going through the slides. Then when you're presenting, yeah, we have strong presenters, but in as much as you're a strong presenter, you need to pace your words as well. Good presentation by Joshua. It ended well. Elizabeth, I was going to say that what Ridwan has said as well, that you presented gracefully, very gracefully. All right. That's fine. We're just going to quickly move to the next team that is presenting. Okay, and we have Team Alpha. Is Team Alpha here? Do we have Team Alpha here? Team Alpha, are you here? Anyone from Team Alpha? Sonia, you're here, right?
Yeah, yes, we are here.
Okay, because I was like, I can see you guys. I'm wondering what's happening. Okay, so are you guys projecting your slides yourself, or you want me to do that for you?
Please do that first.
I'm hoping I have it, because like I said, we lost some slides. I don't think I have it. No. Dewale, can you help me check if you have Team Alpha slides? I don't have it. Guys, like I said, the email crashed. You guys sent very huge documents in there from different teams, and it crashed. We just couldn't. The only slides that we have are the ones that were sent on Friday. On Friday morning. Yeah. Dewale, do you have the slide?
Yeah, I'll present it.
Okay, all right.
Cool.
Team Alpha.
Spare me a second, yeah.
Yeah, while we're waiting for that to get done, I forgot to tell Team Iconic that your time for your presentation was 13:45, which was right in time, and it shows that you paced your presentation right as well.
Can you all see my screen now?
Yes.
Great.
Oh, wow. I'm loving the slides already. All right. When you guys are ready, let me know, so I'll start your timer.
Yeah, we are ready.
All right, you can start.
All right, good day, everyone. It is a known fact that one of the best investments that a state can make is in education. Education, as they always say, is the bedrock of every prosperous nation and the key to a secured future. But we need no oracle to predict to us where Nigeria's deteriorating educational system is heading to. What happens if the foundation withholding the bedrock isn't stable? As a result of this, our presentation today will be centered around the dilemma that Nigerian students find themselves and the impact it is having on their overall academic and career professional well-being. We will round up the presentation by providing possible ways to unblock the blockages that is blocking Nigeria's educational system. My name is Musa Asim Adamu, and with me I have Sonia John, Isa, Obashola, Olawale Muhammad, and together we are Team Alpha. Next slide, please. The next slide, man. Okay. Now, let's take a look at David here. David, like most typical Nigerian students, after a series of attempts, finally secured admission into the university to study his dream course, with the optimism that in the next 4 years, he will be a graduate and will start earning some income that will enable him to cater for himself and his family. During his stay in school, he studied so hard to maintain his academic excellence, despite several challenges ranging from the poor academic environment through toxic lecturers down to incessant annual ASU strike. Finally, David graduated the university. Wow, I can't seem to see. Okay, yeah, the slide is back. Now, finally, David graduated with the first to serve his fatherland. Upon the completion of his NYSC, he realized that he is yet to even start living the dream life he envisioned at the beginning of his studies. That prompted him to ask the inevitable question, what next? The next slide, please. Now, let's look at what happens to David next. Faced with the reality of the Nigerian labor market, David joined the bandwagon and began to apply for all available vacancies that come his way. He begins to submit applications upon applications for internships and graduate training, and he keeps getting rejections upon rejection. He wondered, what may be the cause? Fortunately for him, he secured an interview with one of the firms he applied. And during the interview, he was asked some competency questions about some accounting packages and analysis that he never heard of. That's when reality was done on him, that most of what he was taught in school were actually out of date. This really broke his heart and made him begin to think of alternatives. Now, if you are in David's shoe, what will you do next? Can anybody? Assume yourself in David's shoe. After attending interviews upon interviews and you are being told that you are not competent enough, what do you think you will do next?
I think I will go EDP, that is personal development.
Oh, your network is breaking. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'll just keep developing myself, probably investing in more time in myself.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's see what David did. So David met his friend. Now his friend was like, Oh, David, I believe you are very good academically. Why not try to start applying for scholarships? So now to get what he has, to get what he wants, his friend now advised him to start applying for scholarship abroad in order to get a better education that can augment his out-of-date Nigerian education and lack of experiences. It's like, okay, guys, moving now. Upon getting there, he realized how the educational system works contrary to what is used to in Nigeria. That's when he understood the reason why most of the companies he applied for actually rejected him. So now, from David's experience, we can deduce. Yeah. It's still not moving. The next one. So David
please
is
tap
now
on the slide twice, please.
Okay, yeah, the next slide after this. So this, okay, David finally secured a scholarship to study in the UK. Upon getting there, he realized that most of the teaching method and the classrooms and the infrastructures are all different, like they are contrary to what is used to in Nigeria. That's when he began to think, oh, so this is the reason why I'm not being, this is the reason why most of the trainings I got in school in Nigeria were actually not fit for the market, because most of what I was taught in Nigeria were out of date. Now, David is now thinking, since this is the case, so I will call on Isa now to tell us how we can
next slide, please.
Education for the future. We must address the issues that Isa is going to mention. Thank you. Isa.
Thank you very much, Musa, for that introduction. As seen is the story presented by my colleague, Musa Al-Qasim. There are a lot of problems facing the Nigerian educational system, some of which were highlighted in the story. These difficulties is what I will be talking about. But before I start, I would like to ask how many of us here would love to leave the country and complete our education abroad if the opportunity presents itself? Please indicate in the text box. Yeah, I can see somebody already saying all of us. Well, according to webometrics.info, out of the 170 universities in Nigeria, none is ranked among the top 10 in Africa, with only one making it to the top 20, which is placed in the 19th position, and just 11 in the top 100 universities in Africa. None of these Nigerian universities made it to the top 1,000 universities in the world, with the best only placing 1,231st. What a statistic for the supposed giant of Africa. But what has gone wrong in the Nigerian educational system? The Nigerian educational system, indeed, a lot has gone wrong, ranging from poor funding to no focus on the future, outdated educational model, little or no use of technology or teaching aids, more students, fewer teachers, and corruption. To begin with funding. The funding in the educational sector of the economy is nothing to write home about. The educational sector has never received a fair share of the national budget, receiving below half of the minimum 15% of the national budget as recommended by UNESCO. From figure 2 in the previous slide, please, previous slide, it can be seen that between 2016 to 2020, an average of 6.7% of the national budget has been allocated to education, which is far below the recommended 15 to 20% for developing countries by UNESCO, thereby making improvement in the educational sector a difficult task. Another problem encountered by the Nigerian educational system is that there is no focus on the future. Educational institutions in Nigeria are more focused about completing the curriculum instead of preparing the student for the future. And most of this curriculum never allows students to prepare for the future. This is one of the biggest problems facing the Nigerian educational system. Educators and school leaders need to design curriculum according to modern trends. This ultimately helps students to compete in the world when they graduate from the school. The Nigerian institution is far behind in this respect. Have you ever been to a class where half of the students are sleeping? This is usually because the method of teaching does not match the student's need. This often leads to statements like, I won't be going to class today, I'll just read. And sometimes if the students decide to attend the class, they attend not because they want to learn, but because they want to sign the attendance sheet. What am I saying in essence? The method of teaching used in Nigerian institutions has made students give more importance to attendance than the lesson. Not only does what is taught in class not match what's happening in the real world, the method used are outdated. The educational model or method used in Nigerian university are not designed to meet the need of modern students, with the educators like lecturers caring less as to whether the students are understanding or following his lectures or not. Another problem facing the Nigerian educational sector is that there are more students compared to the number of teachers in the system. It can be seen on figure 3 on the slide in the previous page, previous slide, this. According to the NUC recommendation, here are the ratio of students to teachers in figure 3. For agriculture, we have 1 to 15, art 1 to 30, engineering 1 to 15, social sciences, law, and education 1 to 30. I would like to ask another question. Have you ever attended this class of over 50 students? Well, for me, not only have I attended one, I do it regularly. In fact, the only time I attended a class of less than 50 students is when the session has just started and most students aren't back on campus. Rather than the recommended maximum of teacher to student ratio of 1 to 30, most Nigerian schools have an actual ratio of 1 to 100. Speaking from experience, I have attended a class with a teacher to student ratio of 1 to over 250. And despite these large figures, there are still many students out there who aren't able to access tertiary education, not because they aren't qualified, but because the system does not have enough space to accommodate them. What a shame. Another big problem, the next slide, is corruption. Another major setback in the Nigerian educational system is corruption. Every sector of the economy in Nigeria has been affected badly by corruption. The educational sector is not left behind. We often complain that the educational budget is below the minimum recommendation, but yet these funds are most of the time embezzled. Funds released for schools or educational projects are not properly utilized or accounted for. If you travel across educational institutions in Nigeria, you will see projects worth millions of naira on paper having an actual value of less than 50% of the paper value. Over the years, there have been issues of students paying for marks, sex for marks scandals, lecturer unjustifiable failing students for personal reasons, among a lot of other corruption-induced cases in the Nigerian educational sector. Having listed some of these problems, the next presenter will take you through the implications of this problem on Nigerian students. Thank you.
Well done, Isa. Thank you for showing us some of the blockages that is actually serving as a cog in the wheel of progress when it comes to Nigerian educational system. So now let's look at some of the impacts that these blockages are having on the Nigerian students, first of all. Now, the first thing we highlighted here is the major impact it's having is that it usually results in the producing of half-baked graduates. According to a research that was conducted in Zaria last year, they found out that 25% of students that are studying the STEM courses in the university do not usually get job. And from their survey, most of the reasons given was because the skills they have are not really they are not up to date. So this is one of the major reasons why they are having this kind of problems, because the curriculum is outdated and they are not updating it to fit in with the market trend. Then secondly, we have lack of motivation to study. Now, looking at the current issues we are facing currently, we've been in school for 3 months, then the next 3 months at home, and things like lecturer frustrating you and so many other things lead to lack of motivation to study, because at the end of the day, students usually think that even if I may end up not getting the job I want to. So instead of me going to school, why not let me just go and hustle and look for something to do? Then followed another thing that is like malpractice. The last result that was released by WAEC, it shows that 3 points, I think 17.32 of those that engage in malpractice. This is to show you that so many people now believe that you don't really need to go through the normal hard work of study, rather you get it done. Who knows the way? Then followed by indiscipline and erosion of values. This is exactly what happened, I think some days back in Sokoto, when some students set up another student on fire due to little issues that they have in terms of their religious value or so. Performance in entrance exam. This is mostly visible in the number of students that usually pass their WAECs and UTME every year. The next slide, please. Now let's look at the impact on teachers. The first impact we have here is power and fairism. This is the major reason why our academic teachers are usually, the academic staff of universities are usually on strike, always fighting for the improvement of their welfare. Secondly, we have academic corruption. Because the welfare is not being taken care of, this usually deteriorates and let them begin to seek for this welfare through other means by receiving bribe and some other things like that. Then another thing is that there is no regular training. These teachers, most of the time, don't usually receive regular training that will keep them up to date. Then we have unhealthy teaching environment. If you look at most of the schools today, it's like infrastructures and so many other things. Then lastly, we have absence of passion and motivation. When teachers are not being remunerated well, they are not getting the necessary things they need in order for them to be effective, it usually leads to lack of motivation. So I will call on Sonia now to provide us for it to these blockages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Musa and Isa. Please, for a sound check, am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Please. Okay, thank you. Now, the same for this book, The Future of Education, isn't just a thing. It's what I want, and I believe it's all you all want. Now, the research from Team Alpha isn't just a research. It's what we are going through our life. According to that, education is an opportunity to explore things that we may not meet on the streets. But now my question to everyone here is, can we truly boast of the Nigerian educational system as things we may not meet on the streets? Please, can we just drop our answers in the chat box? Now, mind you, on the street, you see things that baffles you. You see things that are not done in an organized manner. Education isn't about learning. It's learning to use your body, your mind, and emotions and everything in a certain way that doesn't mean a damn thing to you. We are all different, and learning the same thing doesn't equal it producing the same us. So we have the strategies on blocking the blockages right on our screen. Now, before I go on, whether it's the personalized teaching or the tech-based teaching that has been proposed here, funding is a vital thing that can ensure all of this being done. Now, a while back, I sat and I was wondering if I could still be able to work my dream job. Was I being pessimistic? The answer is no. We all have times where things dawn on us. Now, why did I think that way? It's because machines are slowly taking over jobs. We see things like the ERP and the USSD transfer that has cut processes and make things easier for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have somebody round up for the team, please? Just round up in a couple of minutes, please.
There have been, on the screen, there have been some proposed solution to these blockages, how to remove these blockages, which includes continued teachers training orientation, flipped classroom learning, student-centered learning, and a lot of others. If these are put in place, most of the blockages in the educational system will be removed. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Your slide was a good, very, very, very good slide. Very engaging slide. It was really good. Okay, let's see. Mr. Daytopia, do you want to give Team Alpha feedback, please?
I was just typing as well. Really lovely slides. I love the slides so much because it has very little words. The use of words is very minimal, but we could still understand everything in the slides, right? That's the power of the use of infographics, which is great, and I love the slides so much. Well done to you guys for designing this kind of slides. Well done. Hopefully the person or the group will be able to give us a session on how to design this kind of slides with very minimal words, but you could still understand every detail in the slides. So well done to you guys. All the team members presented well as well. Well done. It's just needs a little bit of coordination as well. If you can, so I can see you at some point, probably you were distracted or something, bro. If you can get a little bit of coordination amongst the team so that you know who is presenting what, that would be great. And if you can, apologies because I was moving the slides, but for some reason it wasn't going accordingly. I don't know, but aside that, everything else, you guys did great. Well done. Well done, Team Iconic.
Team Alpha.
Sorry, Team Alpha.
Yeah.
Team Alpha.
To be honest, for me, aside the fact that you guys went a little bit above time, you spent 15:46. I was a little bit above time, but was above time. Aside that, your presentation was good. So next time you want to also take into consideration your timing as well, so that you don't go above time. All right. So the next team that was meant to present is Team Rosney. Is it Rose? I think that's Rosney. Yeah. All right, but yeah, they told me that their backup system crashed this morning, and the team has been everywhere trying to fix this. So at the moment, I think they've gotten a file that they would like to use, but they've apologized and asked me to move them as the last presenter for today so that they can get themselves together. Okay, so due to that, I'm going to be moving Team Clarity forward to present. Okay, so the team leader, they've asked you to get in touch. So get in touch so that we can learn how to, make a slide like this. Do we have Team Clarity here?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay. All right, let's see. You're sharing already. Nice, fast. All right, when you guys are ready, you can start.
Before we start,
okay, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. There's a background noise.
Okay, I said we won't start. Am I clear now? Sorry.
Yeah, it's a little bit better, but I think there are some people talking behind you, so you might.
That's why I wanted to apologize. I'm not at home, so there might be background noise.
Okay. All right, you can start.
Okay. So, sorry. So Team Clarity has one goal, and that's concept error. So I agree with thinking that artificial intelligence has been resolved. I just wanted to quickly find out how many of us have been at one point or the other thinking about the same artificial intelligence. You can unmute or you can use the chat box, preferably unmute. Okay, anyone? I'm sure we have all found it. Anyone, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Since no one responded, I assume that everyone has found it complex at one point.
Yeah, I think it's much more because we can't hear you well. That's why I don't think people are hearing you well.
Okay, can I start again?
Yes, please. I'm going to start your timer again. Please start again, please.
Is it a bit better now?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, I wanted to apologize for the disorganization in our previous presentations and also in advance for the background noises because I'm out of the house. So Team Clarity has one goal, and that's to make complex concepts clearer. And you agree with me that artificial intelligence has been a buzzword for a while. I'm pleased to show that you found the concept confusing in the past. So if anyone has found artificial intelligence a bit mind-boggling in the past, please, you can unmute me, just identify it. Or you can use the chat box also. Anyone? Okay, can anybody hear me now? Can anybody hear me? I'm hearing the background noise.
We can hear you, but the background noise is much. That's it.
Sorry,
probably someone else to take over in this from the team. And can you put your presentation slides in a full presentation mode, please?
Okay.
Somebody else can take over in the team that has a better audience.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can I go for one last try now? Is it clear?
All right. Let's try one more time.
Okay. I'm sorry about background noise. Clarity has one goal, and that's to make concepts that are complex clearer. And you agree with me that artificial intelligence has been a buzzword for a while. If you found this concept a bit complex and unclear in the past, please raise your hand to identify it.
Yes, I do.
So today, Sumaya from the University of Lagos, Amaka from the University of Nigeria, and Shita and Fermi from Great Britain of Bakenda University, as well as myself, Blessing from Landmark University, will be attempting to simplify the prospects of artificial intelligence in the educational sector. Firstly, what exactly are the potentials of AI in education, especially in Nigeria? AI has a lot of application in several sectors, but in education, it can provide many innovative teaching techniques, which we've already examined today, some of which we've already examined today. Also, AI can help us to achieve our sustainable development goal, and it can also provide access to an inclusive learning experience, and we've talked a lot on that today. We'll be going over to look at where AI has already been applied.
Developed countries that have seen the importance of artificial intelligence in many sectors, particularly the educational sectors, have invested hugely in this regard. The likes of United States and China. This slide is showing us the application of AI in Chinese classroom. The first is the use of a special headband that monitors the child's concentration level while attending a class. The report gets to the teacher, and he or she is able to determine which child is concentrating more and which child gets distracted in the classroom. The second is a sensory device that detects how the child feels in the classroom. Is the child happy to be a part of the learning process, or is he feeling bad about being a part of the class? The third is a robot that is known as Kiko that interacts with children by telling them stories, challenging them with logical problems, and also gives them positive reinforcement when the child gets questions correctly. Now, our dear country, Nigeria, where we are at the moment. Some schools that have seen the importance of artificial intelligence in their learning process have adopted the use of the learning management system. The learning management system allows
schools to track how long a student spend on a particular course and recommend which course they need to spend extra hours on. The second is depicting the state of our classroom, stuffy and congested classroom. AI can come in handy by providing the opportunity to have virtual classrooms that is much more conducive. Forward-thinking organizations like Data Science Network that have seen the need of AI in the educational space have consistently championed this course. One of their innovative solutions, which is the adaptive and personalized learning, that provides customized learning experience to every student depending on their learning pattern. Here is a video that is showing the power of AI in Nigeria's
concerned about the quality. Everyone is concerned about the quality of education in Nigeria. The statistics that we see every day are worrisome, and we know that the future of a nation can be predicted by the quality of education. Helping them to understand how
Thank you very much, Maya. We can't keep talking about what we want without having a clear vision of how we want it. Artificial intelligence technology comes in different forms. Hence, I'll introduce us to what exactly we want to achieve with artificial intelligence. Hello, am I being heard, please?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So with extended reality in form of augmented realities and virtual realities, teachers can materialize abstract concepts in order to help students visualize and understand challenging subjects. How many of us use Snapchat here? Please indicate in the chat box, please. Do you all know that Snapchat is an augmented reality? So imagine being able to go back in time or being able to be anywhere you want, including virtual space, to see things for yourself. Won't it further boost your understanding? Secondly, we have better chatbots. Chatbots would help reduce the workload on teachers, thereby improving personalized learning for students. One major problem teachers have is carrying all students along at once, when it's obvious that not everyone has the same learning capacities. So with the introduction of artificial intelligence, students can learn everything effectively and efficiently and at their own pace too. Thirdly, we have holographic classrooms. With holograms, teachers need not to be at place physically in order to impart knowledge. In the same vein, he could be in multiple places at the same time, fostering education for teaching. In fact, music students can have a voice training session with Celine Dion while feeling her presence physically with this technology. How wonderful. So let's move over to the benefits of artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. Benefits of involving artificial intelligence in Nigeria's education. These benefits are self-explanatory. It optimizes learning for teachers and students. It makes learning easier. It makes learning personalized. Students can learn at their own flexible times and at their own pace. It also helps teachers task automation, like the learning management system to help track students' performance and also carry out some activities. So now I'll share Fermi to highlight some of the organizations championing the artificial intelligence course in Nigeria. Over to you, Fermi.
Thank you, Amaka. One of the organizations that is well known for talking about artificial intelligence and advocating its use in the educational system in Nigeria is Data Science Network, formerly known as Data Science Nigeria. Hi, everyone. Good evening. They have come up with many innovative solutions in the educational system. A leading IT company, Softcom Limited, has seen the need of artificial intelligence and the educational system. And as at 2019, it hosted a masterclass to equip teachers with the knowledge and skills about artificial intelligence, and also distributed 250 copies of artificial intelligence textbook for free. UNESCO also, they have contributed their support in creating awareness of artificial intelligence in member states. In conclusion, artificial intelligence seeks not to rather take the jobs of teachers, as many people would think, but rather they seek to integrate the learning process and transform the future for the better. We don't think artificial intelligence can ever replace teachers, but it will help as a great teaching aid and enable teachers to do better at what they do best. What then is the big question? I'll hand over to Blessing.
The big question remains, are Nigerian students and teachers ready to embrace AI fully into the educational sector? What do you think of that? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, your presentation was good. The slides have the slides are also good. Although I think the network issue made it difficult for us to be able to follow up with the presentation. And I feel like, your presentation needed a little bit more content in it, because to be honest, your time, although, I had to start all over again when the first presenter asked me to start again, but the time for your presentation was 12 minutes. So I feel like you could still have a bit more content in it. All right, so I'm going to call on Adetayo to give you feedback with regards to your presentation.
Well done, guys. Team Rosine. Did I get that correct?
No, it's Team Clarity here.
Team Clarity, sorry. Team Clarity. You did well with your presentation. I think this is the first time most of the members are taking the show and blessing is. Sorry, I'm trying to get my facts right. Hello, is this Blessing's team?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is this Blessing's team?
Yes, this is yeah.
Yeah. My own view for today is that the fact that most of the members, they were able to take the load off Blessed. That's the improvement for this team this week on my own part. So that's kudos to you. Kudos to you. I appreciate that. Well done, guys.
Yes, I think, yeah, that's a very important point, because usually it's Blessing taking a major part of the presentation. So now all the team coming in to present this week is a good improvement. Okay, so quickly, I just want us to go to the next team, and that's Team Paragon. Is Team Paragon here? Our team Para.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we are here, ma'am.
All right, perfect. All right, will you guys be projecting your slides?
Yeah, we'll project it.
All right, let me know when you are ready.
We are ready, ma'am. First slide. Just a minute. Good evening, everyone. I am Faith from Team Paragon, and with me in my team is Israel, Titemi, and Ibrahim. We all are advocates for sustainable development goals for quality education. And we bring to you this evening a solution for a better educational system in the future. First, what is educational system? An educational system refers to the economic and social factors that typically make up public schools at the federal, state, or community levels. Such factors include public funding, compensation, employee benefits, teaching resources, and lots more. We can also call it a structure made up of components that allows the population to be educated. The schools, the universities, the libraries, and teachers, among others, are part of this system. The big question is, the state of Nigeria educational system, good or bad? Can anyone give me an answer, please? Anyone, please?
I wouldn't say bad.
It is very bad. It is very bad.
It's very bad. Thank you. Well, unfortunately, the answer is that it is very bad. It started since the oil crisis in the 80s. The proportion of capital budget allocated to education has been consistently lower than the proportion of recurrent expenditure over the years. The government capital expenditure allocated to education as a percentage of total capital budget ranged from as low as 1.71 in 1991 and not up to 9% in all cases. Like total budget, the proportion was also not consistent. In 1998, expenditures were equivalent to 2.3% of GDP and to 14.2% on the total expenditures of the 3 tiers of government. Precisely, federal government expenditure on education are below 10% of its overall expenditure. Nigeria educational system is therefore seen to be in an asserted crisis of infrastructural decay, neglect, waste of resources, and sad conditions of service. The country has over 10 million out-of-school children. That's the highest in the world. Another 27 million children in school are performing very poorly. Millions of Nigerians are half-educated, and over 60 million, or 30%, are illiterate. On top of this, many eligible young Nigerians can't gain admission into public universities. At the same time, prohibitive tuition fees, among other factors, are a barrier to country's private universities. In respect of this, we Team Paragon have critically made our research and have discovered the acronym FGDs, which stands for Financial Intelligence, Good Governance, and Digital Skills. Most of the problems we are facing in Nigeria educational system today are largely due to the absence of all that FGDS entails. What does it all entail? My team members will do justice to that. Over to you, Israel.
All right, thank you, Faith. Okay, first off, considering financial intelligence as one thing that has not been considered or added to our educational system since our amalgamation as a nation in 1914. All right, so to continue, what does the financial intelligence basically mean? It's the heart of the teaching people how to make money to make them financially stable and free. Yes, art of deliberately teaching people. These things have never been put in place since. Okay, we are not taught that, okay, these are the right means to make money, these are the right ways, right steps, right techniques to take to make money. What we are just taught in our schools is, okay, come to school, read, score high grades, and then turn out to be professionals in your field. That is just what we've been taught in our schools. And this is what we call the rat race, whereby it's a normal thing for every person that undergoes the school system, from nursery school to the primary school to the secondary school. Then after that, you get a job and then you begin to earn money. That's just a normal thing that has been taught. All right, so what does financial intelligence has to do with educational system, like I am saying? Okay, now if people are taught financial intelligence, it will not be necessary, there will be no necessary need of everyone trying to just, okay, take myself for an example. Okay, if I'm taught financial intelligence, I will know that, okay, it's not until I am a graduate of a university before I can make money or before I can be financially free. Now, okay, considering the fact that so many people are not financially free or financially independent is what has caused a whole lot of issues in our current Nigeria. Okay, we can find so many people, okay, they are all waiting, okay, in schools. Most people can't afford schools. So what do they have to do? They go into dubious means to make money in the name of sending themselves to schools. All right, so financial intelligence, like a book by Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad, he highlighted and expounded what it is for everyone to be financially educated. So one thing I would love to be added to our educational system in Nigeria is financial education, where from a very tender age, people are taught the right means of making money. People are taught that, okay, you need to start investing, you need to start saving in order to begin to acquire wealth for yourself at a very tender age. All right. So why must we inculcate financial education into our educational system? One, people are taught the right way of making money, actually, to get people out of the rat race of people always going through the same techniques. After working for 25, 30 years, they fall sick, and then their money they get from resignation, they begin to treat illnesses, diseases, and all of that. All right, next to that, to make people to be financially free and independent at the early stages of their lives. Yes, this is one basic thing everyone needs to start inculcating, or what educational system in Nigeria should start putting in place so as to ensure we have a better nation. And I believe things will work out well. Over to you, Ibrahim.
Yeah, thank you, Israel. Okay. Education means more than mere academic literacy. It is the development of that complex knowledge, skills, attitude, and value by which people may improve their lot and sustain their nation. Now to what good governance is. Good governance is a major factor in improving the quality of education. But before I dive into this concept properly, if I may ask, do we have a quality education in Nigeria? So we all know the answer. So if I can say yes, I will say, okay, we have a quality education when ASU strike has become an annual festival. So going forward, good governance is a set of responsibilities and procedures exercised by an institution or government to provide strategic direction to ensure educational objectives are achieved through effective and efficient use of resources, accountability, and participation of people in decision-making. Good governance isn't only attributed to the government, but all stakeholders in the educational sectors. Good governance is common knowledge that all those who have a stake in the educational system know too well the crisis facing the present day formal education. So these issues include political instability in the country since its independence, shortage of funds, facilities such as classrooms, equipment, teaching materials, and the likes, brain drain among the youth population expansion, and etc. Currently, we have poor governance, and this gives birth to the rise to many of the problems in the educational system of developing countries, precisely Nigeria. So until all the stakeholders in the sector, government, the lecturers, ASU to be precise, and the students in this sector do the needful before we can start talking of quality education in the country. So having said that, what are the benefits of good governance in the educational system? So we have adherence to purpose, dedication to the interest of stakeholders, robust, well-informed decision, transparency, accountability, gender and ethnic diversity. Temi, can you tell us on digital skills? Thank you.
By moving to digital skills, as we all know, digital world offers so much benefit to us all. It provides platforms that open up opportunities to learn about important issues, bringing in innovations in ways that were unimaginable just a few years ago. Now, advancement of technology has penetrated every aspect of our lives. So employers expect their employees to have the skills needed to live, work, and thrive in a digital society. So now when preparing pupils for the world of work, digital literacy is essential, but what exactly is it? How can it be accomplished, and what are the benefits? According to Promption, digital literacy is simply digital tool knowledge plus critical thinking plus social engagement. Digital literacy doesn't just mean IT proficiency, it is separate from computer literacy. Also, according to a report by the House of Lords, teaching students how to thrive and survive in our internet-based world is now as important as reading and writing. But a country like Nigeria is currently failing for the industrial revolution. So now, what are the benefits of incorporating digital skills in our education? Number one, we have e-safety. As we all know, our online world comes with great tasks, particularly for children. Digital platforms make children vulnerable to criminals, fake news, and bullying. This can even lead to development of mental health issues. So what can be done to make sure students are safe from this harm? Christopher Harris said, and I quote, "Educate students about online safety in the real world environment, and you protect your child for a lifetime." So rather than teaching your children home economics or the students home economics, social studies, history, and all that alone, new digital curriculum could just be added to their curriculum, existing curriculum, which will include teaching students about online safety, how to cope fake news, etc. Number two, we have it encourages students to think ethically. Number three, it helps students stand out from their competition in the job market. According to World Economic Forum, skills like complex problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity are rapidly moving up the list in importance for employers. So these students can easily walk into interviews, prepare to share example of the digital communication skills companies expect, and also prove that they have developed the creative mindset employers crave, not just relying on those social studies, civic education, research in school. Now the last one, ability to master breakthroughs offered by artificial intelligence, which will bring significant benefits to African countries across some sectors. Now, how can all this be accomplished? All this can be through funding, collaboration with developed countries, creating the modern classroom, making some lessons digital, incorporating digital literacy with normal curriculum, so it won't look so new and hard to them, e.g. like English teacher using blogging to advance digital literacy, or encouraging students to use their computational skills to devise solutions to real world. Thank you. Over to you, Ibrahim.
So in conclusion, so let's leave you with a quote. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So the quote by Avin Toffler. Faith, can you give us the final conclusion?
Thank you, Ibrahim. I would say that again, that the power of FGDs should not be underestimated. If it's incorporated in our educational system, it is guaranteed that 99.9% of the problems we face in educational system will reduce, and a better educational system for the future will be certain and guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Team Paragon. Your presentation is always all the time unique, and you always have a very peculiar slide. Okay, so thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. So, guys, if you can, if we still have all the teams here, can you just tell at least somebody should be here at the end of the session to listen for the team? I have some couple of updates that I'll be giving you guys that would help you with your next presentation. And also you're going to have a summary and a summary feedback for this session as well, because I feel it's needed. Okay, so we've got Team Leo Essential. Do we have Leo Essential here? Oh yeah, sorry. Before we move to that, sorry, I forgot. You need. I was going to call on Ridwan to give Team Paragon a feedback, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Team Paragon, well done with your presentation. You guys were strategic with your presenters. I like the fact that the way Faith started, she had a very strong introduction. Looked like she took careless drink before the presentation today, but that was very good introduction and then fantastic anything. So Faith is, I'm not sure I've noticed Faith before, so this is the first time I'm noticing her. I'm noticing a lot of people today, and she appears to be a very strong presenter. Maybe network has been messing her up bodies well, but today she's clear that she's one of the strong presenters that we have. So you guys did well with the topic that was given to you, and then I like the delivery, the content, and how you were able to conclude. So just few feedbacks that I want you guys to take. So the first one is that your slides were wordy. They were wordy. The introduction slides. So that's why you guys need to pay attention to your slides. On the first slide, the first sentence that you have there, you said the educational system refers to D. So the D is supposed to be THE, but what you have there is YHE. So you need to be read your slides properly and then take note of all these little mistakes. So you can go and check the slides, you'll see what I'm talking about. Then the slides on financial intelligence too, that slide was too bright. The fonts were not so clear. So just do away with slides that will be too bright and then they'll make your fonts not so legible. So that will be all for the slides. And then for Israel, you emphasize a lot on all right. So just be aware. And then at the point you mentioned, you wanted to say issue, but you said ish. So just be aware of all those things. Because you're doing a presentation, you want to be sure that you're pronouncing your words properly. So the presentation was good. I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you for the feedback. So don't forget, guys, make sure that there's someone representing your team here at the end of this presentation, at the end of the whole presentation, because we'll be having a general feedback for you to go into the next phase. All right, Leo Essential, are you guys ready for me?
Yes, ma'am, we are ready, ma'am.
Okay, so you want me to help you present your slides, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 minute, please. To tell the team that presented before, that's in Paragon, your timing was 14:02, so you can take cognizance of that as well. All right, in Paragon, when you're ready, let me know.
Okay, we are ready, ma'am. We are ready, ma'am.
We can't hear you.
We are ready, ma'am. We are ready. Can you hear me, ma'am?
You are breaking.
Okay. Good day, Daytopia. We are Team Leo presenting on the topic, sharing the future, building a better educational system. A writer once said, the better your education, the better your tomorrow will be. The educational system for the future must be concerned for all stakeholders and governments across all levels. How do we get this equipped for the future? One may even say, are we even prepared for the future? It is on this premise that I would like to introduce my team member. We have Justice Boroni, a final year student of Ambrose Ali University, Epuma. Abdurrahman Alpha, a final year student of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, who is absent due to some unforeseen circumstances. Iyola Ebenezer, a final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University, and my humble self, Khadija Yusuf. Before I start, I would like to start with a saying by William Gibson, which says, the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed yet. Have you ever thought about whether the current education system is suitable for your kids? Will it still be valid for another 5 years? Answer, please, anyone.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Most of the answers that people might give is a no answer. And some might even say it was outdated many years ago. Well, schools will be able to incorporate cutting-edge technologies like the internet and technology. Students will be able to have greater understanding of the topic they study. And this implies that they will be able to make a greater decisions about their education in the future. Now to the problems that we need a change from. Next slide, please. Next slide. We need a change from examination-oriented system. The system is designed to make sure all students meet the assessment requirements and pass the examination process. And this can make them to go to the next level. But the elite education system is no longer working in this current world, where we need multi-skills and multi-talented people in the job market. In this case, school is no longer interesting for kids because they'll have to read for examination in order for them to pass before moving to the next stage of their studies. We also need a change from outdated teaching practices, where we are still relying on the obsolete teaching methods. Let's put it in another word. People comes into the classroom with a well-rounded vision of the world that isn't only on their upbringing, but based on quick knowledge and broad socialization, beginning as early as 6 months of age in a daycare environment. School is no longer interested to them like the prior generations that have gone. But on the contrary, teachers don't get fresh start. So they end up with a knowledge and concept that need to be nurtured and remedied in the minds of these young people. So teachers need to step up their teaching practices in order to keep up with these kids. And this leads us to the next point, where we need a change from lack of innovation in teachers' education. For instance, to keep up with the changing needs of the pupils, the teacher must adapt. This is one of the necessary strategies that needs to be adapted by the teachers. Teachers' preparation needs to meet the needs of today's pupil classroom. Cultural shifts in the school being addressed by policy and practice changes throughout the world, and these are often led by teachers.
There is also a demand for instructors in public education who are equipped to address these requirements of best and distinctive students, and they can appreciate the importance of online learning in today's education system. Let's put it in another word. The world is not just made up of elite students. You see successful entrepreneurs today, famous speakers such as Elon Musk, Jack Ma, emerging in this era. They were not elite students either. So why are we still believing that the current school system will bring a change in our kids in the next decade? How do you want the world to be? This should be the crucial questions to every educator today. After all, they say the future will be in the hands of these children. How do you want them to handle the future when they are not well prepared for it? To rethink, the education system is the obligation for everyone here. We need a better world. So let us start right with our education system so that the future can evenly be distributed. It is on this note, I would like to invite Ebenezer Iola to tell us how our education system can be refined. So in his absence, I would like to continue. Next slide, please. The way to refine our education system, there are lots of strategies that can be adopted. One of them is the role of the government. The ministries of education should allocate adequate resources and sustainable facilities to the education sectors. Teachers and lecturers should be paid at the appropriate time, and some welfare packages should also be included for them so that they will be motivated. If possible, some incentives should be added for them. Teachers should be recruited based on merit and competency, not on unexamined institution and biases. It shouldn't be based on I know you, I know you, I know your father, I know your mother. Let me just take you like that. Thereby they will end up giving these kids knowledge, half-baked knowledge. The next point is organizing seminars by the school authorities. Schools need to organize programs and seminars that will strategically prepare them for life after school. These programs should be the ones that enlighten them on their career path, just like we have the Daytopia Mentoring Program here. They are making us to understand the kind of life that we have outside the school. Another one is familiarity with computer equipment, because the educational system today needs to be familiar with computers, where we need skilled people to teach these kids on how to be computer literate. And this computer program should be included in the school curriculum, whereby students will be able to offer computer as a subject in order to familiarize them with some major software. Lastly, there should be reward should be celebrated, like we have it when we were all young, whereby every year there's always a speech and prize giving day, whereby the kids that are exceptional, that perform well, will be given prizes on speech and prize giving day. And this can also help highlight the act of emulation, whereby other kids can also try to emulate what other people are doing, so that this can easily make them to prepare for the future. On this note, I would like to invite Justice Boroni to enlighten us more on the EdTech and its benefit to our educational system. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, thank you so much. Before we get to talk about the fate of EdTech in Nigeria and its benefits, I would like us to recapitulate on the theme for this week. Can someone from the gallery please help us with the theme for this week? Let's hear from the gallery. What is the theme for this week?
Educational system of the future.
Oh, thank you so much. Our theme for this week is solely based on educational system for the future. Now, when you get to hear of this, what comes to your mind? It means, is the education system we have now, is it actually going to sustain us for the future? Or perhaps I would even like to recapitulate a question asked by Khadija during the introduction when she asked, are we even ready for the future? I think this is a question we should ask ourselves. Are we even ready for the future? Now, before I get to discuss this, I would like to refresh our mind on the meaning of some terms. When you get to hear of education, education is just the process of facilitating learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and personal development. Now, what is technology? Technology is the application of scientific knowledge to the practical aims of human life. Now, the combination of these two gives us what we call edutech. Now, I also like to ask the gallery, what do you think is the meaning of edutech? Now, from the definition I've already given, combining the two, what do you think is the meaning of edutech? Let's hear from the gallery. Anyone?
Education combined with technology.
All right, thank you so much for that answer. I really appreciate it. Now, education technology, simply called edutech, is the combined use of computer hardware, software, and educational theory and practice to facilitate learning. It creates, uses, and manages technological processes and educational resources to help improve on academic performance. There are new technological tools to help improve academic performance. Now, it is often said that education is the bedrock of development in any country, notwithstanding Nigeria. The education sector in Nigeria alone, its allocation is currently 7.9%, which is way below the average. We commend United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which the required benchmark is 25%. But however, the schools in Nigeria have over time tend to endorse and make use of this edutech. The world has evolved from traditional methods of learning to digital patterns, and every school administrator and educator are advised to adapt to such digital methodologies in order to be more productive. Now, Khadija has already highlighted some of the problems we face. Please go back. Please go back the slide. Yes. Now, I would like to expose our mind on some traditional teaching and learning, and also some edutech learning and teaching. That's learning through technology. Now, when you get to hear of the traditional learning, you quite agree with me that there is limited access to educational materials and information. Physical learning materials and equipment like papers, pen, and chalkboard are made use of, just like you can see from the picture there. Now, also, there is also learning in person, which occurs in person classroom setting. Also, on the part of technology learning and teaching, you quite agree with me also that there is wider access to educational materials and information, more available channels and tools for communication, as well as collaboration. And it enables students a more personalized kind of learning for students, because now you are with your interface, you are with your computer. It enhances your personalized learning with these computers. Next slide, please. Now, ever since the introduction of EdTech, although there was already in existence some EdTech startups in Nigeria, but the COVID-19 lockdown saw a tremendous increase in number of these startups in Nigeria. And I'll be highlighting some of the 5 startups which have tremendously excelled well in the educational industry in Nigeria. One, we have ULesson. ULesson was founded in Jos in 2006 by the former CEO of Konga. Now, this company aims to provide adaptive and interactive tests that help students master concepts. Now, from this particular app, you get to master concepts such as probably concepts that cut across all other subjects being taught in school, be it in biology, agriculture, and all of that. Now, mastering of this concept in one way or the other helps you to position yourself for the future. Now, like I earlier said, it has personalized learning. Imagine you with your computer, learning directly from your computer. Your learning is personalized. Now, their mission as well is to recommend lessons and promote practice. And also, the company says that it has about 2 million downloads so far. You can check that on Google Play Store. It has about 2 million downloads so far. That means Nigeria is already, getting to see the reason for this educational technology startup and all of that. Now, the platform was even boasted of having 3 million videos which have been watched on this platform. And in September 2021, the company said that the demand for its live session grew by 222%. You can imagine. Now, we also have Gradely.ng. Gradely.ng is an edutech company in Nigeria that helps schools and parents deliver a personalized learning experience for K-12 students. Now, who are K-12 students? K-12 students are those within the categories of kindergarten, inclusive, primary school, and secondary school, inclusive of both the junior secondary school and the senior secondary school. Now, personally, I have a nephew here. I can assure you and tell you this, that through the help of these edutechs, he has been, even before he started school, he has been able to learn how to even read from 1 to 10 and has been able to identify some of the objects that you can easily find around. So him going to school, or more or less what he was being taught in school, he already knew of it even before he started school. So these are the advantages of this edutech. Also, we have Pass.ng. Pass.ng is a web and a mobile edutech company in Nigeria that helps students in Nigeria to practice and prepare for indigenous examinations such as NECO, NAPTEP, and even WAEC by suggesting coaching and adaptive testing. Next slide. You agree with me that even currently, they are currently writing JAMB. Now, had it been some of the students was already aware of this edtech company, rather than going to the CBT approved centers where you get to practice JAMB question, at the comfort of your home, you could actually get to practice this JAMB question. These are the advantages of edtech. Also, we have Pass Now. Pass Now is a social interaction website that supports learning by providing curriculum-based test materials to users at a very little charge. Also, we have Prep Class. This edtech company focuses on connecting potential learners with skilled tutors. Now on Prep Class, you are being taught directly by professional tutors who knows the concept, and you are directly having a personalized learning with them, and you are being impacted on. Next slide, please. Now, this table shows the usage of the various edtech companies we have in Nigeria. From this table, you will see that ULesson has a higher users. Remember when I said that it boasts of having over 2 million downloads on Google Play Store? You can check that out. It has over 2 million downloads. So they are currently leading the chart for the major 5 tech companies in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Now, since the introduction of this edutech, Khadija also made mention of the fact that it should be a concern for stakeholders and governments. Over time, some of the state governments have already adopted these edutechs into their policy. For instance, in Edo State, Governor Obaseki in 2018 set up an agency called Edo Best. What is the sole responsibility of this agency? Is simply to make sure that the importance of technology and the usage of technology is brought down to the school, down to the students in the village school, both at the rural schools and even at the urban. Now, it even had a training where teachers are trained on how to use computers to teach their students and how much they could impact on their students. Even down to my school, Ambosali University. Currently, the school university management made a certain rule that new students, intakes of the school, will make sure that during the time of a period of holiday, or probably there is ASU strike, that they must mandatory undergo a digital certification learning. And this is done through an app called KOFA. So you see, governments are already aware of this edutech and they need to queue into it. On the list for this edutech also, look at the statement made by Governor Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, where he lauded Edo State for taking the giant step in the educational sector by endorsing and making use of edutech's startup in Nigeria. Now, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos has commended Governor Obaseki for this when he said at the in Ekiti State that Obaseki has brought the initiative, and we said we all also need to start with basic education, but you know what our strengths are, said the Lagos State government. Now, he made sure that in Lagos State officially, they have launched what is called EcoCell. EcoCell is just like Edo Best, like I earlier made mention of, where students and teachers alike are being taught on the use of technology in order to advance their academic activities. This goes to show that even governments also have already known the need for this, and they are gradually, I believe, they are copying this. And I think on the lead, Edo State and Lagos State is currently taking the lead. Now, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening as well. Thank you so much.
Four.
All right. Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much for this presentation. It was a good one. Trying to. Yeah, Justice, you know, you are one very strong presenter that I like, and I commend your presentation skills. However, I think the only thing I just have to say from my end is Justice, in as much as you're a very strong presenter, you need to also be careful of your diction as well. Sometimes we get carried away with the pronunciation of some words.
Dr. Ejibake, we can't hear you. All right. So I think that's the end of today's phase, isn't it? Team Leo was the last presenter.
I think there's still Rosine.
Oh, do we still have?
Yes.
We'll still be presenting Team Rosine. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you? All right. Okay.
I will be projecting the screen.
Okay, no worries. While you're presenting it, I'll just quickly make mention. Leo Essentials, well done. Just be cautious of the time because I can see that you didn't complete your slides. This can be avoided if you practice a couple of times. Regards to time management. All right, I'll just let you go ahead, Rosine.
Can you see my
screen? Good evening, everyone. I can see it.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. We are Rosine, and we're going to be talking about personalized digital learning today. And I am Abdullah of the University of Abattoir Awolowo, and I have with me Miriam Badaki from Ahmadu Bello University, studying accounting. We also have Eze Chukwurita and Awodu Umar Farouk, who unavoidably won't be available today. Now, what's the problem? We are going to be using the case of Mr. Emmanuel Kalu as a case study. Mr. Emmanuel Kalu is a film producer and is a parent who lives in the islands in Lagos. He has 2 kids who have struggled in their studies with mathematics and are slow learners and writers. Due to this fact, they've been whipped and intimidated as the school sees it as the only way to discipline the children. You will agree with me that students have different learning styles and abilities. Mr. Kalu's Mr. Kalu, who lives on the island, due to the fact that his kids have to go daily from the island to the mainland to their school, they face a lot of stress due to the Lagos traffic, come back home exhausted and even hungry. Let me ask, if you were Mr. Kalu, who among us would leave his children in such school after following all these circumstances? However, research has shown that parents choose to homeschool their kids for many and different reasons. It could be due to location, the school quality, the fear of exactly how their kids will be educated or disciplined, or it could even be as a result of a certain illness. However, most often than not, kids are homeschooled because their parents feel they can provide a better education for their kids than the regular school can. I would like the audience to give me an answer. Let me ask, if you were Mr. Kalu, after all the listed circumstances his kids have faced, would you leave your children in such a school? The audience, please. Okay, I would assume yes. We will all be willing to withdraw our kids. And that brings me to what is personalized learning. Personalized learning, as popularly or we all know as homeschooling, is the practice of educating a child at the comfort of our homes without enrolling him or her in a formal school setting with the aid of various digital or technological means. And we have various examples of personalized digital learning platforms all across, growing rapidly. We have Gradely, we have ULearn, we have Pass.ng and the likes. And we have countries in the world have taken personalized digital learning as the way to go. We have the likes of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, UK, and USA who have adopted this means to get their kids educated. Now, what are the benefits of this system? First is the freedom of expression. The kids are free to express themselves as they are confined.
Barnabas, are you there? No.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the network glitches. Yeah. As we've cited earlier about the case of Mr. Kalu. Now, Mr. Kalu had to withdraw his children from the school and decided to make some researches about personalized digital platform. And after withdrawing his kids from the school, from the formal education system, he noticed a lot of improvement in their education. He discovered that his kids were free to express themselves. It allowed his child to develop space, to develop in a more spacious and supportive environment, freedom to have an input in what and how the children learn each day so they could feel empowered as individuals. I would like to ask the audience, who amongst us here can still remember what we did in school before this short ASU break? Anyone, please? The audience? Okay, I'll continue. Okay, thank you, Lukman. I see you can't. That's the case for most of us. Due to ASU strikes and the likes, this has caused a break in the continuous educational pattern. But with the personalized digital learning, the personalized digital learning will aid the continuous education sector. It would help not to stop the process of educating students. We could take the COVID-19 break as an example. We saw that during the COVID-19 break, a lot of schools enforced the personalized digital learning, where we started learning on Google Classrooms and the likes. I'll have Miriam take us through what.
Thank you, Barnabas, for for your driver. So hi everyone, I'll be putting us through the strategies to implement personalized learning. And there are things that we have to take note of under personalized learning. Apart from the students, we also have to educate the teachers on the improvement of the technology in the education system. And a lot of teachers use the old method to teach students. Some don't have the patience to teach students, especially the younger age, the primary school students and secondary school students. A lot of them rush a particular set of students, pupils, and a lot of teachers rush their students or pupils to understand. And there are a lot of people, a lot of them have they are very slow in learning. They have low rates of assimilating things. Some are slow writers, and the teachers cannot just go back and focus on that particular child instead of focusing on the entire class. So it's advisable for that particular child to go through personalized learning, and the teachers are supposed to learn to use the technology. That's how we have the EduTech, where you learn how to put children through on the happenings of the world these days. You need to teach, apart from we learn what's happening in the class, we also need to learn the things on the internet, marketing, how to like PowerPoint slides that we're presenting. Use it to teach them, to guide them through, and e-learning platforms also. It allows the students to understand more. A lot of students, let me just say, a lot of students understand more when they see things online, especially the little kids, where they see music, where you use music and pictures to explain things to them. So we have creative solution, and in schools these days, it's especially in mathematics, where a situation whereby a teacher wants to teach probability and so on, instead of just teaching it and the students won't get what they're explaining, use cards, use different teaching aids that you can find out that will aid the student to understand more on what you're talking about for easy assimilation. There are a lot of students that understand once you just explain things to them. There are some that are slow learners. They understand more when they see it as practical. You explain it in a practical form, and they understand it that way. So personalized learning gives students ownership learning experience. They can understand more when they learn on their own. Like personally, there are times that I understand more when I sit down, I make research, and I get someone that teaches me one-on-one. I understand it more when I make research on my own. So personalized learning also requires not only a shift of design schooling, and it's also a leverage on modern technologies, and it also enables the electronic learning system, which helps to track and manage the learning of the needs of all the students everywhere at any time, whether in the classroom, online, or at home. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Tim Rosine. All right, can you stop sharing? I'm just curious to know, because it seems like you've not, I'm not sure what's happening within the team. Is there something happening within the team? Because Miriam Padaki was one of the best presenters in phase 2, but today you sound a bit dull. You don't sound as motivated as we were last week. Is there something happening within the team?
I was a bit disoriented, and the fact that we had problems with our slides, so everything was scattered. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you had an issue with your slides?
Yes.
Okay. So is that what affected your performance? Where's the team leader?
Yes, and we have to. Yes, presented first.
Okay. How are you, Barnabas? What happened? What's wrong with the? Because I could feel it with the presentation that you guys did not really come motivated.
Like the back was like crashed this morning. So before we get repair the system and have the slides back, it was really tough.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
All right, but in as much as even if you had issues before the presentation, what's more important is what you present. You could still have, motivated each other, and then still come and give us a great presentation with good spirit as well. This is just because the reason why I'm saying this is that just know that life will not always fall at your feet. Things happen whereby your memory stick that you're using for a major presentation, gets corrupted, and then you're already disoriented before you go for that big presentation, but you still have to, do a very great presentation as well. So don't allow whatever situation happens before to hinder you from, doing well. And, everyone noticed that the team spirit as well, which is not too good.
I was looking forward to, especially Miriam, I was looking forward to this team's presentation this week, because I had the feeling.
Sorry for disappointing.
No, it's fine. I had the feeling that you guys will bounce back this week, but the unfortunate circumstance happened. But what I want to say is that next time, please, this is a lesson. So next time, make sure you back up your files. Important files like that, you need to back them up. Send them to a couple of, all the team members should have it really. So if one system is crashing, is giving you issues, another person will at least have, so the file, and again, do things at the right time, do things as early as possible so that if anything happens, you can quickly bounce back. If probably it had happened 2 days before, your presentation, you still have 2 days to, even if you can't even retrieve the file, still have 2 days to quickly come up with a new presentation slide and to be able to motivate each other to come in to present. But when you leave it too late, then it's difficult for you to really recover. And that's what we now see with the presentation. We can see that there's not much motivation with the presentation we've just seen. But, I understand the situation. Right. So I can't really, to be honest, I can't really say much about your presentation because I've already said the important part, which is there is no motivation. I could sense there's no motivation in the presentation. Your presentations, your slides, I felt they were too simplistic. Good topic. I love the topic, but your slides were too simplistic and you didn't drag me along with the energy. So even if, the slides are not that great, at least the presentation sometimes, the way the person presents it leads you on, it takes you on a journey, which you didn't do for me today. But please try as much as possible to do what I've just said, to do things early, and hopefully next week you have a much better presenter. I can see great presenters here, so hopefully next week I can see if you need anything, any meeting as well. I was saying to Barnabas, I think you're probably the only team that hasn't really called for Daytopia to have a session with them just to see how things are going or anything. But you said you are fine, so I'm totally fine with that. That's okay. But just to know that the option is there for me to make a reservation, or if you need anything whatsoever, just let us know. Yeah, we can have a session with you. But well done again. At least the fact that you were able to still recover quickly and then turn up, because I already thought you were not going to turn up, but for the fact that you were able to recover and turn up, well done. It means you are not quitters. I don't like quitters. It means you are not quitters. So well done to you guys. I love the Daytopians that are hustlers, you know, so well done. So right. I just wanted to say well done to everyone today. Before I hand over to Dr. Adejumoke and any other mentor that has one or two things to add, I want to say well done today. Great performances again. Phase 3, we just have 2 phases left, which is nice. And this phase especially is very special to me because it highlights a lot of problems with our Nigerian educational system, and the fact that, you know, it just shows that the educational system in Nigeria is not ready for the future. And it's a perfect topic for these times, because considering the fact that we even have ASU strike at the moment, which is why a lot of Daytopians are even available for the competition, right? So the fact that we have ASU strike going, the fact that we've just recently heard about the news in Sokoto, you know, all these things put together, it just shows that are we even heading in the right direction? Is the educational system heading towards the right direction in Nigeria? And the fact that, I love the fact that a lot of things were able to compare Nigerian educational system with, you know, Finland, with the UK, with different places, you know, and the fact that we saw a lot of, even as we had 2 or 3 teams that talked about, you know, edutech, they talked about AI, integrating technology into the educational system. They came from different angles, which was really great to see. You know, they came from different angles. They talked about different things, and all the teams today had different ideas on how the educational system can work. It just shows that we have what we need. It's just that we are not implementing it. We have the people that have the brains. Daytopians have the brains, obviously, for you to come up with great presentations like this. It shows that we have young people that have the brains to actually effect changes in Nigeria, effect changes in the educational system. But, you know, we are still not doing it at the moment. So it's good to see, and it's good to see that we are not lazy youths as well. We are intelligent youths. We are hustlers, which is great to see. So I want to just say, well done to all the presenters today. All of the presenters, all the teams, well done. I love creativity. I love the fact that a lot of the teams also, again, they thought outside of the box. We saw courtroom presentation, which I was really enjoying. Unfortunately, the network didn't make me enjoy it well enough. We saw, you know, the interview. We saw different ideas again for this phase, which is, and it makes me always look forward to the next phase, which is one thing that I would love to see. So I'll just that's from me. If Professor Bolajoko is still here, I'd love to hear from her as well. And
yeah, I was going to call her if she can give us a general feedback for all the things now.
General feedback. All of them have done very well, though. This as a prof, I may not be able to do that much. Actually, I'm learning about power presentation. Our mentees have been very good in PowerPoint design. I need to go and learn so that I'll be on my feet. But actually, it's very interesting. And like Dr. Yusuf? No, it's not Dr. Yusuf. What is your name on Daytopia now? Like he said, these youths are not lazy. They are hardworking. I learned about 2 or 3 different new things that I've not had in my life, even as a prof. I had today during some of the presentations. They should keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. I was going to say, I think it was Lukman's team I never actually knew the meaning of Almajiri. I learned that from Lukman's team. And I used to think, I like, they highlighted in their presentation, we had a wrong perception of what Almajiri was. And I learned that today. And it's quite fun. Last week I learned, was it last week or the upper week? I learned what Sapa means, and we learn every day. We learn every day. From Musa's team, I learned that, in fact, you can go wild when it comes to presentation. I never knew that, you can play around stuffs like this. We learn every day, and this is one thing that is good about you guys. But the only thing I noticed is that, I don't know, probably it's because, but I was expecting more from today's team, Education for the Future. I was expecting more. I personally feel like you guys performed better last week compared to this week. I'm going to ask other mentors to also say their view on this. I'm just comparing it with your previous presentation, and I feel like this week wasn't as great as last week was. The scores are not out yet. I've not seen, I don't even know what you guys scored, but I feel like the vibes I got this week wasn't as good as last week. Yeah, Adeta, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say that as Nigerian scholars, with what we have now, today's presentation was not that packing for me. I won't lie to you. As an educationist, to God be the glory, I expected more, but it just tells you, it just showed, it's just to tell you, sorry, this earpiece is really distorting my utterances. It just goes to tell you how our educational system is breeding what we have now. It's just a reflection of our educational system. I won't lie to you, I was expecting more. Maybe because I've been privileged to teach in an international school, maybe that was high, and it's not really reflecting. It's only few people that really did something that I say, wow, that would say, wow, it's education. There is a lot going on in education, though. And to be frank, there is a lot even going on in Nigeria in educational setting that we might not even know. Just the disadvantage that it is solely for the rich. It's only the rich that can afford it. But to negate the fact that there's a lot going on in education in Nigeria is a very big mistake. I know what I'm saying, so that I won't just be blabbing and wasting our time. The truth is that a lot is going on, but not all of those things have been brought out by our mentees. They need to do a lot of research. They need to do a lot of research. They need to talk to people. They need to, in short, well, it was nice, but there are rooms for improvement. Thank you.
Yes, I also feel like it seems like all the team leaders are talking in a way, and your topic are kind of centered around the same thing, which didn't give me. I was expecting to have like a buffet, a variety of dishes whereby I can, have a good palate whereby I can taste different things, but I didn't feel that. I felt like most of you stuck around the same thing, and some of those presentations felt so repeated because a team had already talked about something very similar to that. That's one of the things that thinking outside the box does. When you think outside the box, it's very difficult for somebody to present an idea very similar to that. So you might also want to think about that. And there's another thing I wanted to say is that even without verifying your content yet, some teams actually presented wrong things, wrong content. You didn't, it shows that you didn't do your research well. If I start showing you feedbacks from mentors here, whereby they're already pinpointing some of the things that you did wrong or the data that you presented that are wrong, don't think that you can bamboozle us with some statistics and think we don't check. We do check these things, and you need to do your research. You need to do your research well. Yes, there are a lot of wrong information that was presented here today, and you guys need to take note of that. I was also going to say this, that when you are comparing the educational system in Nigeria with outside the country, I think you need to be very specific, because I'm a lecturer here in the UK, and I can tell you for one that the present class that I'm taking now have over 100 students in that class. So now it's even getting crowded here, whereby we have loads of students in the class, and to even keep track of these students is a lot. The only thing that makes it a little bit different from the Nigerian system is that they have a direct access to the lecturers, whereby they can send the message to the lecturer if they want further feedbacks. But yeah, it's as crowded as he is in Nigeria, even here in the UK. There are lots of people that are coming into the UK now, and they don't even have the capacity to actually educate people anymore. Yeah, we have classes that are over 200 now here in the UK as well. So, and these are the things, before you just generalize and compare things, you need to look at the up-to-date, what is really happening. And that's why I tell people, before you start comparing, make sure that you have your digits right, your statistics right. Probably ask people, if you don't know, ask people that are there to give you an insight into what is happening. All right, Ridwan, do you have a general feedback for all the teams, please?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jimmy. I think some of those things that I mentioned, you have mentioned regarding data and statistics. So for example, specifically, I remember, I think it was Great Team, right? I mentioned that the education budget was 5%, and then Justice's team said it was 7%. And there was something that they said, okay, yeah, I think out of school children, one said 10 million, one said 20 million or so. So the point is that somebody make the right research, and then it's just important for everybody to make sure that they verify their data before coming to present. Secondly, there's something I mentioned last week, which people need to take, people need to take very seriously. And it is that when you are coming for this presentation, the number of slides are presented, maybe no more than 10 slides, right? Know your slides, know your slides in case you have network challenges, then someone can come in. So I think we had two. The first time was, I can't remember what team, someone didn't talk, the presenter network went up, and for maybe up to close to 30 seconds or up to a minute, nobody spoke. So you guys should just be aware when you notice that someone's network is off, come up and then take over from that person. So you just speak to preparation. Everybody should be prepared. It can be you can take someone else's slides. Just be prepared to take other people's slides. Then finally, on the presentation, the pronunciation, but some pronunciations, and I think I mentioned this too last week. If you are coming to present, you need to know your slides. You need to look at the words on your slides, or whatever word you want to say, and make sure that you learn the correct pronunciation. Today I've heard so many people say elite, and now
I've heard Google to Google.
I've heard elite. I have to go and check again on Google to be sure that I'm not the one that is wrong, because I know it is elite and not elite. So you guys should. And then there's someone that said conga instead of conga. I think Justice, said the C pharmacy of conga. It's conga, not conga. So these are things that you need to be aware of. Know your slides. You're not doing more than 10 slides. I think 10 slides is not too much for you to know the content of your slides and then learn how to pronounce those words properly. Then finally, general comment. So last week, the presentations were very good last week, and the scores were very high last week. But this week, looks like you guys are dropping the ball. So I made a comment on the group last week and said, see, the way you start is not what is so important. It is how you finish. You need to make sure that you finish strongly. So we've had teams, start very well the first 2 weeks, but you cannot drop the ball now. You have 2 more weeks to go. It's a competition, and then it's getting stiff. So you see the league table, and then you all know where you are on the league table. So just make sure that the same energy you put into the first 2 weeks is that same energy you maintain or improve on till you finish. So you need to finish strongly at the end of the day, and then by the time you guys are done, you'll be proud of what you have done, and then you'll be proud of your team. So I wish you guys all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Sarah, do you have any general comments for the team, please?
Yeah, so
is she here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So what I wanted to say, I believe you all have covered, that the mentors have covered most of it. So I just want to add that mentees, all this feedback you've gotten, particularly about how today's presentations went in comparison with last week, it's not to make you feel bad or make you feel less of yourself. It's more about constructive criticism. So essentially just making you know that, okay, these are the areas for you to improve upon and do better subsequently. So take it as advice that is coming from a place of love and good things and not otherwise. So, but regardless, all the best. I'm still impressed at the way you people still put your foot forward despite the challenges having to do with network or one glitch or the other, or there was like some issues within the team. You still all came forward to present, and that attempt you make in itself, it's something commendable. So regardless of how you might feel right now, like, oh, today's presentations could have gone better, they could have been better, don't necessarily make that thought seem negative and weigh you down. Instead, pick up the feedback and the lessons that you gained from this and like motivate yourself to do better in the next round. So yeah, that's it from me. Great job, everyone. And hopefully the next round is going to be a better one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, guys, like Sarah, I think everyone has said it all. You guys are good. Don't think we have our down moments every time, and you guys are really, really good, and that's just the truth. But at this point, there are no rooms for mistakes or no rooms for dulling. Yeah, that's the word. So you have to bring your A game all the time. You can't present an exceptional one this week and come and you have given us this high level of presentation last week, and we're coming with the ginger to hear that kind of high presentation this week as well. But anyways, going forward, the reason why I wanted everybody to stay back was because we just wanted to hint you a bit on next week's presentation. Dewale, can you just give them a little bit of more insight into next week's presentation, because I don't want the teams not to really understand what that presentation is all about.
Right. So thank you very much. Well, every other mentor has said it, but I think just to emphasize on what Mr. Julius has just said, it just shows the level of shows the level we are at the moment with the Nigerian educational system, because social media, everyone was excited about it. The theme last week, everyone was excited about it. But talk about the Nigerian educational system, go on to research about it and come and bring something out of the box. And a lot of teams were struggling. So it just shows that, okay, we are very, it just shows that it's generation, is it Z now? Everyone is excited about social media. See how people were just so motivated about social media. You don't even need slides to present. Last week, a lot of ideas and all, but come to talk about the Nigerian educational system, it's a bit of a struggle. So this next week, we'll get into the fourth phase, which is about book publication. So it's one of the Daytopia teams. Daytopia themes. We have 6 pillars. So affected students, right? So we have 6 pillars. So we are trying to ensure that we cover a lot of the pillars within the competition. So we have book. So what next week is about is really just to foster the habit of reading, right? I remember when I launched my book and I went to do a short survey with NYC, not people still in university, NYC that just graduated, that I expected to be motivated. And I asked them just simple questions. I asked them, right, so how often do you read? Questions about reading, and most of them were like, read book. When nobody say I won't write the exam, I beg go book. I don't even stuff like that. They were just like, they were not interested in reading books, and coming from people that have just recently graduated. So it's like the mentality in the Nigerian educational system is like, let's just read to pass. And after we pass, that's it. There's nothing, we have nothing to do with books anymore. But that shouldn't be the case. The top CEOs, we can see that they read a lot of books. If you don't read books, how can you grow? How can you grow your mindset? How can you develop? So this is the next week's theme will be around book. So it's what we need from the teams is, right, for the teams is that you need to pick a book, agree on a book. Your team needs to agree on a book and then present that book to us. So it's kind of like a book review. So agree on a book and present the book review to us. Tell us what you've read about the book, the reason why we should read the book, just present something really interesting about the book. So that's basically it. So as long as it's a topic about a particular book, it will be approved. So you can go all the way to, it could be about, for instance, it could be a book on financial freedom. And you can come and present on financial freedom based on the writings of the book, right? So it has to be around the book. It's just you presenting a book to us, a review of a book to us, and just the main points from that book. So we want to see creative slides. We want to see creative presentations, around whatever the book you've picked, book you've selected. I mean, yourself.
I think the right example would be, say, for instance, you pick a book on Rich Daddy, Poor Daddy, and you come and your topic is on financial. Yes, that would be like a very typical example. Yeah.
Yeah. So present on the book, what the book is really teaching us. So Read That Poor Dad, if you've read about it, it's talking more about, it was trying to make a comparison between his rich dad and his poor dad, how his rich dad was investing in more of real estate and his poor dad was just, the different mentalities. So that is what we want to see into next week's presentation. And I want a lot of motivation, please. I want you. I'm just calculating the scores now, and I can see, just like Mr. Ridwan has said, I can see that there's a drop. There's a massive drop with almost all the teams that I was expecting more from all the teams. But anyway, there's a massive drop compared to last week, which was a really good week, but this week it seems like everyone was just a bit, it's like under the weather, so to say. You guys were not up to last week's performance, but I want to see you go back to that top performance that you presented in phase 2, because like I said, it's just 2 left, and that is why we really made this competition to be different from the last one. Last one, if you had this kind of presentation, you would have been out because it was based on elimination, right? So if it's probably, I think the best team last week was Team Acers. Imagine if Team Acers came on this week and presented a bit below par, they would have been out this week. And that's what we didn't want. We wanted to give you guys just a bit of leeway, a bit of time to recover. So just like Miriam Badaki, for instance, well, she didn't have a good day today, but she has the chance to recover next week. So and you don't get that much chances because other teams are also thinking about it, right? So I want to take this week as your low ball or your low performance for the 5 phases. So this is just your low performance. Next week you have to bring it up again. You have to do really well next week. So if you have any questions around it again, or if you already have a book that you want to check with me and see if it's okay to present, you can quickly come in and we'll explain to you and, just give you advice if you have any other, if you want any other guidance on the topic for next week. So that's it from me anyway.
All right. Finally, I was just going to quickly say this. Please, guys, one of the things that affected many teams today was because, in fact, some teams actually sent in their topics on Friday. Like, I can imagine sending your topic in on Friday. I don't know how you're going to make your slide between Friday and Saturday morning. I don't know. Some teams actually sent their presentation slides 2 o'clock when the presentation started. Yeah, and it shows that many team members were not. You need to make sure that you start as early as possible. See, as soon as we are done with today's presentation, the first thing you need to do is get your team members together. You don't need to do any work. Give them a little bit of motivation. Oh, guys, we did well, we did great, so nice. Oh, just have a chit chat. That way it gives you guys this kind of team spirit. And when you are calling in for a meeting or when you are chatting about the topic, it's easier to flow into it. You don't finish a presentation, you don't talk for 2 days, and then you are sending message to the team. Okay, guys, let's talk about the topic we're presenting. Definitely people will feel disconnected. And you need to be careful about this. Please, guys, let's stick to the timeline. Latest by Wednesday, you need to send in your topics. By Wednesday, latest, send in your topics, and then by Thursday, Friday, your slides are ready. You're sending in your slides. That way, you would be much more prepared for any eventualities. All right, with that being said, thank you very much for today. Today was a good session. Do we have any final words from anyone, either mentor or mentee, before we close for today?
Please, guys, just one final one. Just please try to be there for your teammates, right? I understand we are all busy and, we have challenges around our lives, just like everyone, but please try as much as possible, because I could tell from a couple of teams that they rushed it, or the burden was on a couple of, maybe 1 or 2 people in the team. It wasn't just, I couldn't see the team spirit. I couldn't see that everyone actually worked hard or everyone put effort in this presentation. So try as much as possible to be there for your teammates, as much as you can, so that it will be a great presentation at the end of the week. Yeah. All right. Blessing's raising her hand.
Yeah, Blessing, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, thank you to the people that organized this, because I was just contrasting this experience to an international group I joined in, and the difference is really clear. The mentors here invested, staying on this long call. Most of us just jump out after we finish presenting, but mentors stay to the end, and it's easier to interact and to relate with everybody here. I just feel like it's generally just better. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Lukman, thank you for today's presentation. And the reason why I was thanking Lukman is because he actually made me understand what Almajiri is. That's why I was thanking Lukman. So thank you so much, guys. We really enjoyed this week. All right, see you guys next week. Try as the team leaders should please send messages to their team members, congratulate them, wish them well, embrace them. Don't chastise anybody, you understand? All right, now see you guys next week. Bye-bye.